Welcome to this evening's study session of the City Council. Agendas for study sessions, including concept reviews, can be found by visiting Broomfield's website, broomfield.org. Our agenda this evening includes 3 concept reviews and 1 study session item. The public may attend tonight's meeting and future council meetings in person at the George DeSierro City and County Buildings Council Chambers, located at 1 Tacoma Drive, or watch live on Channel 8 and through live streaming on Broomfield's website. The public may also participate in public comment on the concept review items only, either in person or by calling 855-695-3744 and pressing *3 to be placed in the queue for comment. Please note that if you're calling in for public comment on a concept review item, and you would like to speak on more than one concept review item, you will need to press *3 each time to be placed back in the queue for comment. The public comment will be limited to 90 minutes total per item. The first 1 through 15 participants in the queue have 3 minutes to speak. The next 16 through 25 participants have 2 minutes to speak. And if time remains, the next 26 plus participants in the queue have 1.5 minutes to speak. Again, if joining virtually for public comment, the number is 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. Screeners will ask callers for their first and last name, neighborhood, and the agenda item the caller would like to comment on. Please call several minutes before the agenda item and press *3 to ensure you're in the queue for comments. If joining in person, we'll ask you to come to the podium and state your name and neighborhood for the record. Our first concept review item this evening is a revised proposal to address feedback and neighborhood concerns from a previous concept review on January 21st, 2021 for a proposed mixed-use development totaling approximately 88.6 acres located in Palisade Park. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews. Following the staff will present a summary of the application. Following the staff summary, the applicant will make their presentation. We will then take comments from members of the Land Use Review Commission and other interested advisory boards, followed by public comment. Then the applicant will have an opportunity for final comments, and finally, questions and comments from the City Council. Electronic copies of concept review plans are available at broomfieldvoice.com. Copies of comments provided for each plan at broomfieldvoice.com have been provided to the City Council and can be found by clicking the correspondence link at the bottom of tonight's agenda. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum, and we will ask our staff to summarize. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves? We'll start with the staff. And may I remind council members to keep their microphones on mute when they're not speaking, because it's picking up all of it. They're very powerful. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and Broomfield members in the audience. Good to see everybody here. Brandon Rowe, our principal planner, will introduce us to this next item. And the applicants are also here to field questions. Brandon.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem and City Council. Brandon Rowe, now principal planner. The title's a little outdated, so I apologize for that. The concept before you this evening is for a proposed mixed-use development on approximately 89 acres of land in the Palisade Park development. The proposal is for approximately 212 for-rent residential units and approximately 390 to 970,000 square feet of non-residential developments. The applicant submitted this revised concept review application to address comments heard during that prior concept review, as the Mayor Pro Tem shared. Could we get the next? Thank you. So the proposed development is generally located east of Huron Street, north of Lowell Lane, and west of I-25. To the north of the project area is a 75-acre parcel of land known as Professor's Park, which is intended to be used for recreational purposes. And the property is also adjacent to a 12.1 acre neighborhood park, which is the sort of square-like shape just to the left of the northern parcel identified in the project area. Could you get the next slide, please? The property is designated as mixed-use commercial in the comprehensive plan future land use map. The proposed development is consistent with that land use designation. The long-range financial plan had assumed that this property would be developed solely for commercial or non-residential purposes. So with the addition of the residential units, there is an impact to the long-range financial plan now. This development would result in an expenditure to revenue ratio decreasing from 1.0352 to 1.0345, and would reduce the annual revenue at build out by approximately $207,000. Could we get the next slide, please? A prior concept was held for a portion of this property for the proposed Suncap development. In response to the comments, questions, and concerns shared with the applicant, they have worked on a revised proposal to address those concerns. The site continues to include the FlexLight employment uses, but has now added residential as a transition along Huron Street. The site layout that was included in the staff memorandum is designed with the residential units located on the western side of the project area, adjacent to Huron. East of the residential is the flex space, totaling approximately 150 to 250,000 square feet. And to the far east of the project area, closest to I-25, is the proposed 240 to 720,000 square feet of warehouse distribution or flex employment uses. The applicant has integrated park space and open area on the southern portion of the site. The conceptual plans do not provide specific totals of park or open space, but should the project move forward, those would be identified as part of a formal site development plan. The applicant has also noted that they do believe that retail is not necessarily viable on this site, but have provided for an option to allow for flexibility for the southwest corner of the site to develop as either residential or retail, depending on market conditions. The developer's conceptual proposal is to allow for a 12-month window to solicit retail users. If the demand is not there for those users, they would develop the corner for residential purposes. In the time since the applicant's concept application was submitted, they held 2 neighborhood meetings and have sought additional feedback from the surrounding community. They have also continued to refine their site design. Tonight, the applicant will be sharing their most up-to-date conceptual site design, which reflects their continued efforts to respond to those comments, concerns, and desires of the community. Can we get the next slide, please? There are multiple oil and gas facilities located within close proximity to the proposed development, the closest of which being the plugged and abandoned sites approximately 75 feet from the nearest proposed residential building. City Council is considering reverse setbacks from plugged and abandoned oil and gas facilities. A reverse setback of 250 feet would impact 24 of the proposed units, and a 500-foot setback would impact approximately 60 units. Could you go to the next slide, please? The applicant has provided conceptual architectural renderings for the residential components of the project area as part of this application. Those are located on the bottom of the slide. The flex warehouse building on the top of the slide was shared with the original concept that came through for Suncap. These townhome style units that are shown on the bottom of the slide are intended to be developed in a similar architectural design as those brownstone units that were approved adjacent to Children's Hospital a couple of years ago. Could we get the next slide, please? The applicant has held those 2 neighborhood meetings, both via Zoom, one on March 29th and one on April 13th of this year. They provided an overview of the project and also answered questions and concerns of the residents in the area. Public hearing notices were satisfied to the best of staff's knowledge. I would just correct that there is a typo on that. The notice in Brookfield Enterprise it was not done because it's a concept review. In conclusion, staff has identified 5 key issues as part of this application. Ongoing neighborhood and residential concerns. A number of those adjacent residents raised concerns during the prior concept review. The applicant continues to work to resolve those concerns with the residents. The second key issue is the inconsistency with the long-range financial plan and the PUD plan. As previously noted, this development would result in a negative impact with the addition of those residential units. The third key issue was inclusionary housing obligation. The applicant met with the Housing Advisory Committee on May 10th of this year to discuss the proposed alternative to the standard obligation. The standard obligation for this development would be an inclusionary housing fee totaling $1,382,800. The applicant's proposal was for a total fee of $331,250, or approximately $1,562 per unit. The proposed alternative fee would be just over $1 million less than the standard fee obligation. The applicant requests this alternative proposal to be consistent with the prior commitments made in the Palisade Park along with that original brownstones development that was done a couple of years ago. HAC was not in support of the applicant's proposed alternative and recommended that the applicant receive direction from City Council during the concept review on what they would consider to be an appropriate alternative proposal given the unique circumstances around this project. The fourth key issue was the Netta Drive and Spinnaker Way configuration. In the staff memorandum, staff detailed the unique configuration originally proposed by the applicant of these two roadways. Throughout the concept review process, the applicant has continued to work with staff on the appropriate design for the intersection, with the common goal of trying to deter truck traffic along Huron Street while ensuring safe circulation around the site. The applicant is no longer proposing the problematic configuration of Spinnaker Way and Netta Drive, and instead will use on-street parking, signage, and bike lanes where necessary to meet circulation needs while directing truck traffic to utilize Lowell Lane to Spinnaker Way rather than Huron Street. The revised plan will address staff concerns regarding the configuration of these streets, directed through incorporation of on-street parking, the bike lanes, and the signage. The final key issue was the proximity to oil and gas facilities, as previously discussed. That concludes staff's presentation, and the applicant is here this evening to provide a presentation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your brief presentation this evening?
Hi, my name is Garrett Bound. Address is 1529 Market Street in Denver, and with Urban Frontier, but this project is UF Cabana 725. I also have Bill Brandon, my 30-year business partner, and he'll be here to answer any questions as well, or when I miss something, he'll tap me on the shoulder, I'm sure, take over. But thanks for, it's great to be in person again. I got to tell you, it's feels strange. I've also never been on this side of the room. I think I've only been in the middle of the room or the back of the room, but it's different. I'm sure I'll get used to it. I did want to say, and Brandon, thank you for everything you said, and for everything that you and your staff have done to work together with us. We spent a lot of time working, probably as much as any project I've worked on, with staff and also with the neighbors. You know, we've in the past had neighborhood meetings. Sorry, that's the other thing. A year and a half since I've been here, but now I have to wear glasses to read things. It's been a collaborative process with the neighbors and with city council, or sorry, and with city staff. I wouldn't say a lot of back and forth, but a lot of discussion about what's the best way to sort of get to the goal, achieve the goals of city council and achieve the dealing with the concerns of the neighbors up there. One example that Brandon brought up was, and we'll get to it, is the intersection at Netta and Spinnaker. How does that work better? When we first went in, it was important what we heard from the neighbors and council, got to keep everybody off the Huron. So how do you do that? So our initial plan came up, but staff and traffic said, you know, we don't think that it's necessarily the best solution. So our team of engineers and the city's engineers, you know, got together and came up with a plan that worked to make sure they alleviated the concerns of council and of the neighborhood. So we very much appreciate that, and thank you to the city manager's office as well. But now I should get to the concept hearing. Brendan did a great job. He explained the project. Obviously, we had our concept hearing that was overall, but one thing that we took from that was we really needed to come up with a buffer and a transition. And we also needed to deal with the concerns about traffic, you know, light traffic, environmental traffic, proximity of vehicles to the neighborhood, and we have addressed all of those things. So next page, please. So I know Brandon went over the location. This page shows exactly where that approximately 86 acres is. It's north of the IKEA site and sort of northeast of where Children's Hospital and National Archives is. We had installed multiple lanes of Huron, as well as 2 lanes from 169 down to Highway 7. We continue to work with City and County of Broomfield staff, as well as the city manager's office and the Colorado Department of Transportation to get those last 2 lanes in, and that completion of the intersection. I think we're very close to getting that worked out. So that would be good, and it's going to alleviate some of the traffic issues that were raised by some of the neighbors further north. So that's the site with the numbers for the brownstones. It's a little different than a typical multifamily project. Most of the time you see those with more 1 bedrooms and 2 bedrooms. These are more heavily weighted towards the 2s and 3s. But we do have the smaller one, which and I'll get to it a little bit when we get up to the affordable housing, but more attainable. We think that what we're seeing now at Palisade Park brownstones and what we would expect here is that we are going to be in a position where we're going to be able to meet some of those concerns regarding attainable. So some of the plans we had for that project, we think are going to come to fruition there in a year. So that's good news. Next page, please. So this is really the roadway network. We have Huron coming up in the, I'll call it peach or orange, was the buffer transition. By moving the brownstones there and only doing essentially a single layer, it did a couple of things. It blocked noise, it blocked view, and it blocked anything taking place to the east of those brownstones from the Hearthstone and Palisade Park North communities. You'll notice that we put residential not only fronting Huron, but a slight amount and sort of dogleg the north and the south legs to really screen it. So when you're driving up towards the neighborhoods, you're not seeing it as you come up the road, nor are you around the park. So that was the objective. The brownstones are approximately 35 feet high. The buildings from where the homes are will not be seen behind them. It'll also block, night light from the parking lots or buildings that are there. These are all the front facades of the already approved brownstones that were at Palisade. For those of you that have been up there recently, the brick has started to go up on the first building. Stairs aren't there yet, but will be. So it's really starting to come to form, and you'll see that in product. But what I've seen, I'm excited about. To the north of that is Fano Park, as was mentioned, a large park with multi-use fields, and then to the east, in call it purple or violet, are the 4 industrial buildings. Those have shrunk significantly in size. The original plan showed the ability to have up to 250,000 feet. I think the largest building is around 140,000 feet, so significantly smaller. And then what we've done is we put a second buffer in the middle behind the brownstones, which is smaller buildings, much smaller. And those are flex, which can have a component of office. And I think we talked about it at the last hearing, but it's really a flex product. So there could be some side assembly businesses that maybe produce things or package those and ship them out, but it's typically a percentage of office. One thing that I'd like to bring up at this point, because it was brought up by a few neighbors, and they kept talking about brew pubs and retail, and we've had the discussion, and I continue to get pushback and challenges from the retailers. I don't want to set false expectations. I will continue to work as hard as I've always worked in Broomfield, and Bill will as well, and we'll try to attract those uses. But we have gone back and forth on the letter of intent. We're very close. We expect that we'll come to agreement this week on a sports-related facility that would include a brew pub. I know that specifically neighbors had brought up at the neighborhood meeting, and I think at that first hearing that didn't go very well, the possibility of that type of use. So, we'd love to hear from you. Obviously, it's a concept for the brownstones, but we're always listening to what you and the residents and neighbors are asking for. Next page, please. So this is the circulation plan, and this one's important as well. We talked about the buffer and the transition, but I think it's important for the neighbors, and I think it's important for you to recognize how we've circulated this. So going north or south on Huron are the blue lanes. So those are in our mind, and the way we've designed this, are set up primarily for automobiles to the neighborhood, to the park, further north to Hearthstone, to Palisade North, and to Palisade West, of course. Those are not, we have not set that up for truck traffic. Where the red circle is, where it says 2 Highway 7 is, we are approved for a traffic signal when warrants are met. That'll go in, and then Lowell Lane will be the main ingress and egress for the commercial side of this, which includes, yes, the industrial, but the office, the flex, and as we've been working with the sports facility, we think there might be an opportunity to add some other types of similar uses in recreation that we can do there. So that would be Spinnaker, Lowell Lane, and then it goes to Spinnaker Way, and it would go up to where it says Netter Drive. And then along Netter Drive, where it's also identified as a blue street, we'll have bike lanes, we'll have parallel parking. So we've mitigated opportunities for trucks to go that direction. And it makes much more sense for them to go south, entering and exiting through Spinnaker and Lowell Lane. This also identifies the signage that's already been approved along I-25. I guess I can talk a little about the parks. We've got a couple of additional parks. We have a trail system in the park that would go around the detention pond, which is in the southeast corner of the property. And then we have park amenities. I don't think I'm incorrect, but I think that our public land dedication is slightly over what would be required. In addition, we'll do some cash in lieu, but for what's expected. So we're meeting that. The parking for the brownstones will be in back, but it's not something that accesses through to the commercial. So there's no real route to get in there. The parking is all behind. So the view, and you'll see the elevation you already saw what Brandon brought up, is really the front facade, which is masonry of extremely high quality. And I think everyone will be pleased. Next page, please. Sustainable housing and public land dedication. I have touched on the public land dedication briefly, and we meet the criteria. On the sustainable housing, we did meet with the committee, and we proposed what we had originally gotten approved at Palisade Park as a continuation or additional phase of that project. What we had been told, and it was I would tell you, I thought it was a very good meeting, but they said, look, here are the rules today as we have them, and it's not a decision we can make, it's a decision for city council. We had always planned on this being commercial. The PUD had it as commercial. In doing our modeling and doing our infrastructure and setting up our metropolitan district and our bonds to be able to support the infrastructure there, we also, like you, had a certain amount of commercial and thus revenue coming in that made it work. Brandon brought up the long-range financial plan, which we were a part of when it was first an idea in Broomfield, and we're very aware of it and how it works. But there is a small impact to Broomfield. There's also a greater impact to us in this project. We really would prefer to do the all commercial. As a financial model, we make more money, but we also it also supports the district better. So we're sacrificing here a bit, but I just want you to know that we have worked hard to be able to not only provide dollars per your ordinance that we could pay and fee, but we also expect that as we're starting to see at Palisade Park in the call them the ADUs, we think the response is going to be strong, and that although in that product type it's difficult to commit to what's going to happen with those, we think that it's more than likely that we're going to be achieving the numbers that you would like for affordable. And again, we're attainable. Again, these are a product that we're going to continue to own. and have for rent as opposed to for sale. That's our plan. Next page, please. So a little bit of the elevations. We have a couple of pages. We got updated renderings, but it's very similar to the product that we're building at Palisade Park today, next door to Children's Hospital. That's really the streetscape. I will jump out and tell you the trees will not be quite that mature at day one, but we will find the best and largest trees we can in the beginning. And we will definitely water and fertilize and try to get them to mature height as soon as we can. Next page, please. So another elevation. So on the upper left corner, the single family neighborhood Hearthstone. You can see the brownstones lining Huron, the buildings behind. Those buildings are not in excess of the height that brownstones are. Lower left corner is really a similar view of the street crossing. Lower right, sidewalk path. Pretty good example of what we expect to see. And the good news on this, for those of you that haven't, if you drive up to Palisade, you'll get a really good feel. It's not, again, we're hoping to see residents in August, but you'll get an even better feel soon of what that's going to look like. Let's see, did I miss anything? I think that's it. We'll continue to work with the neighbors. We'll continue to work with staff. We'll equally important continue to work with CDOT and transportation to get that intersection completed, which we've been really a leader on for the last couple of years and feel that we're very close to it. So that's our presentation. Anything you'd like to add? We're here to answer any questions and hopefully we've addressed your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Baum. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on the proposal?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, Little Farms, Land Use Review Committee. My comments are about the concept application for the 200 to 212 rental units. In looking at those, I noticed the one bedroom is 470 square feet. That's about the size of a good studio. It's really tiny for a one bedroom. And if you look at the pricing, I have 700 square foot studio for 9 years. If you look at the pricing, it's $1,350 for that unit, which is $2.57 a square foot. If you look at the two bedroom units, which are 2,100 square foot, they're $1.55 a square foot. So if you took that $1.55 a square foot and put it against the one bedroom, that one bedroom would cost $703, not $1,350. So I feel like it's ripping off the poor people that are in the one bedroom units. And again, the $730 would be much closer to affordable housing than the original $1,350. So I think there's a real dichotomy between what they're charging for a one bedroom unit and a two bedroom unit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fons. Any other commissioners?
Hi, I'm Jake. I really like the design layout addressing the neighborhood concerns, with facing the brownstones along the street, particularly Huron Street. But I was similarly concerned about the number of housing, particularly with the I-25 sub-area plan being focused on trying to drive transit out to the neighborhood and trying to make those connections that we see in the I-25 sub-area plan. The types of housing here would only kind of be a continuation of the existing housing that exists, but may not actually be able to drive it in such a way. And so part of what I'm looking at is really the southernmost corner where the units actually get smaller over time and would be the rental units. I see how the commercial being closer to the highway is beneficial, but I wonder if the kind of lower section avoiding the gas well would actually be more beneficial for a larger style housing unit, which 3 stories kind of spread out, and then see if they can incorporate that a little bit more. Because the more housing units that'll be closer to State Highway 7 will actually be beneficial for trying to get more transit service to these neighborhoods as well, and also be a closer walking distance. That'll make it more feasible for these individuals to use public transportation, and therefore allowing for the neighborhood to kind of diversify itself. Whereas right now, these units are they're not the same family units, they will be kind of adjacent and larger apartment units. But the overall, I feel like there could actually be a benefit. Right now, they're kind of being used as a wall to separate the commercial from the residential, but they're not really benefiting the residents of the neighborhood that well. And I kind of have concerns about whether or not it's actually going to drive change in the neighborhood overall. But I think there's some different ways. I was wondering if it could be organized to emphasize more residential units to the south end of the space, maybe mixed use or different things. And then additionally, with kind of the through traffic, there is the frontage road on I-25 that ends at the very beginning of the property on the southeast corner. And while the current traffic and discuss the road design goes through the center and kind of tries to drive traffic through the center out to Lowell, that traffic will still be affecting, or Huron, Lowell to Huron, that traffic will still be affecting the apartment units further to the south if there is significant industrial traffic. And so I kind of wondered if it would be possible to make that connection more to the frontage road, if there were improvements to the frontage road made, where that does connect directly to State Highway 7. So that could be an interesting alternative to the plans. Those are just some of the ones I was thinking, but I was also concerned, rental prices are going up pretty significantly, pretty fast. And so I think, taking into account the Affordable Housing Committees or their Housing Advisory Board's concerns about affordable housing in the city, particularly rental housing. I think maybe there's some different ways that we could incorporate different versions of housing, row housing, some type of missing middle housing that maybe would be beneficial in this neighborhood that does kind of scale up, provide the same form, but also kind of transition into the commercial district a little bit better, rather than kind of the small dense units that we see. So those are just some of the things that I identified. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Karas. Any other commissioners or any other boards and commissions that want to comment? All right, public comments are next. As mentioned earlier, the public may comment both in person or via phone. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Seeing none, we'll move to public comment on the phone. And our first resident is Mike Schweitzer.
Hello, this is Mike Schweitzer. I live at 3298 County Road 4 in Erie. I'm a Ranch Eggs neighborhood person, and I have 2 questions. Will the new portion of Lowell Lane, east of Huron, link up with the existing Lowell Lane, which runs along the southern edge of Ranch Eggs neighborhood? And my second question is, the single-family home in Ranch Eggs neighborhood at the end of the existing Lowell Lane is currently being used as a church. At the last public meeting with the developers, a member of this church requested access from Huron to the east to get to his church. And do you have any update on this? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next is Zach Kusick.
Hi, my name's Zach Cusick, and I actually do live in the Palisade Park kind of newly construction area, and I'm actually right on Huron across from the proposed Fano Park area. So I did definitely have a issue with the loading bays, the distribution center, especially since those docking bays will be facing directly towards the Broomfield residents. And I know there will be some different sound barriers or wall barriers, but for me, especially since I work from upstairs, I'll be easily to see over those and just look at docking bays for pretty much the entire time I'm here. I'm just not sure exactly why they can't face the highway rather than the actual Broomfield residents. I mean, yeah, just kind of consider living in my shoes and seeing a building and with all the docking bays facing towards me. So, and just understand it would be even more beneficial for the noise and visuals to kind of flip that building and the docking bays and have them face the highway. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have William Cooksey.
Yes, my name is William Cooksey. I am a Hearthstone resident. I was the first resident to close in this development, and I would like to provide a little bit of feedback versus the last time I spoke. We have met with the developers, and I think the process that the developers have gone through and the feedback that they've taken, the revised plan, while not ideal from the perspective of many residents in this area, certainly is far improved. And I would like to compliment the developer, and I would like to thank the City Council for listening to the residents the last time we all spoke, when there were many more of us. But I did want to provide some positive feedback with regards to the process the developer has undertaken. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And that is all for our public comments. Would the applicant like to provide any final comments and answer any questions?
Yes, thank you. So I'll address the planning and zoning comments first, and I apologize. I know it's not planning and zoning anymore, but it's hard to teach them for new tricks. In regards to the pricing of units, it's a challenge. We've looked at that as well. It's whether it's commercial office space, whether it's industrial, whether it's at Interlochen with Partners Group or Vail Resorts or any of the businesses that do business there and lease space. Historically, the larger space gets a lower per square foot rent than smaller space. And that's not just here in Broomfield and Interlochen, but it's throughout the metropolitan area and across the country. We are challenged by the costs of construction. Whether you read in the paper about lumber and materials and labor and everything else, the supply chain. I can also tell you it's very expensive to do business these days in not only Broomfield, but other cities. But, as an example, the fees that we paid for Palisade Park brownstones, which wasn't a whole lot of units, was over $2 million. So by having a smaller unit, we can keep that cost down, but on a per square foot basis. I would be happy to walk any of you through the unit I've walked through, and the way it's been designed is I think quite nice. And I should also tell you that 30 years ago, I lived in a 250 square foot apartment in New York. That was small. And I'm not saying, and I don't want you to take it the wrong way, 450 square feet, you're correct. It's not a large house by any means. But when we originally designed these, if you recall, for those of you that were on council with Children's Hospital, we were really targeting not only in the smaller units, but in our larger units also, the opportunity where there would be this sort of cohabitation where, whether it's administration or nursing staff or others that could come in, and yes, it might be a couple of $1,000s a month for a larger unit, but they're 3-bedroom, 3.5 bath units. So if you look at it and say, okay, 3 staff of Children's are going to be there individually, they're not paying a huge amount. So it was a model that really hasn't been done yet in Broomfield, and not a whole lot in the Denver metro area. So we're to a degree experimenting, but to address that point, you're correct. I mean, on a per square foot basis, it's higher, but there are those people that are going to say, hey, instead of sharing with 2 other people, and I get my own bathroom, but I got to share a kitchen and a living room, I'd rather have my own unit. We provide that, but it's a smaller percentage of the total units in the complex. Only 35% are 1 bedroom. density towards Highway 7. I don't necessarily disagree with that comment about public transportation and everything else. But again, this was going to be a commercial project, and our brownstones, although it would be much more economical to do a 3 or 4 story multifamily project, it would then be 500 units. It would take much more land, and it would negatively impact your long-range financial plan as well as our financial model. So in working to compromise and collaborate with staff and neighbors, this was the best plan we could come up with to meet all of those concerns. If staff said we'd like to see some more density of multifamily, I guess we could look at doing that to the south side in between the industrial and the brownstones on the south side, but I think it would be personally too great an impact to the long-range financial plan. The frontage road, that's controlled by CDOT. CDOT plans to have it go away when IKEA comes in. They're going to be told that that's not an access. It's very close to the intersection. It's not up to me to decide if it's dangerous, but I think it's dangerous. And we've utilized it to go up there, but CDOT's plan, and we've talked to them. I think it came up once before in a meeting, and we met with CDOT. They have no plans for that, nor do they want it used. Okay, couple of others. So the phone calls that came in, the access to the church had reached out. We had had a conversation with them. That's in Weld County. It's not in Broomfield. When they first worked on this, the water line that they accessed came through the property that we have. And those, that was granted so that they could get water, but we have no plans for them to access. Weld County, as some of you may know, did 2 things. They said they didn't want Weld County Road 4 going through, and they didn't want Lowell Lane going through. And it was a difficult time for Broomfield when that came up, and it was a battle. And city council members and city manager's office met with Weld County commissioners and with staff in Weld County, and Weld County erected concrete blocks that it was a public right of way, and they did it anyway. So we have no plans to have Lowell Lane go west, and we have that traffic 169th that we've constructed going west. We have Huron going south to Highway 7. And as I mentioned, and I think it's really important, I'm guessing that staff can confidently say that this is accurate, but we're very close with CDOT on us at our expense, even though it would likely have been IKEA's expense. We'll do 2 additional lanes of Huron on the east side from 169th down to Huron and complete that traffic signal and have lighted designated left-hand turn lanes, because now it backs up because you only have the single lane. And we've been pushing and really been waiting on CDOT, but hopefully staff feels comfortable clarifying that. The last question that came up, and I think it's important because we have spoken to that resident, the sub-area plan and the Broomfield master plan dating back to 1999 stated, and it was important to that council and every council after, that they wanted the front of buildings facing Interstate 25. We don't want the back ends facing I-25. Every document that's within Broomfield, that Broomfield crafted with their consultants, has said that, and we've gone along with it. So what we've done is, as opposed to changing that and backing the truck base to Interstate 25, we have worked on it. You will see that during the SunCap next submittal. They got their concept. Screening wall, a wall, landscaping that will buffer the park from that. And I'm confident that that will suffice. I know that's one neighbor. I have not heard it from any other neighbors. I've only heard it from that neighbor. I'm sympathetic. That's where his home is and the view. But I think what he's going to see is a park, and a really nice park, and then landscaping and the wall. And he's not going to see truck bays there. And for Broomfield, again, my opinion, I don't think necessarily that that's what you want at the entrance to Broomfield either, but that's for you to decide. My preference would be to have the buildings face I-25. going to be of extremely high quality. There'll be plenty of glass there. It's going to look that the majority of one is going to have office space, and then the others, the industrials in the back. So I think you're going to like the product at the end of the time when that comes through. And then I'm happy to answer any of your questions when you have. Would you rather me sit or stand at the podium?
Oh, you might as well stay there.
We'll stay.
Thank you, Mr. Baum. Next is council member questions and comments. Council member Hinkle.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Castrana, and thank you, Garrett, Mr. Baum, for coming tonight. I know that you and I have talked on the phone when I was at a swim meet in Wisconsin, and we're trying to figure out times to chat with each other, because, you were really engaged right from the get-go. I really have appreciated that. And then, I saw you again at the Housing Committee, bringing forth this plan as well. So we've kind of walked a long way because this is in mine and also Mayor Pro Tem's ward. So I just wanted to thank you for, taking the steps to really listen to the people and figure out what do they want, what's feasible for your, your property, and what will work as far as like transportation. So I appreciate the brownstones. I appreciate the buffer area in there. And then the accessibility for truck traffic. I felt like that was really important for residents. And I'm really interested, I'll ask that question here in a little bit, probably of staff, just talking about that truck traffic and explain it to me just a little bit better. I feel like that really alleviates a lot of our issues. And I really appreciate you, coming back to us. I know this isn't a done deal, but just even talking about having an athletic facility and a roof out there. I mean, that's probably one of the biggest things, hopefully. But, I just have really appreciated just you walking alongside us in this. So I have a few questions. I probably won't have time to ask all of those, so it might come back to me. I was thinking Sharon was going to be here to ask some housing questions, but I also have some housing ones. But I'll start with these other ones. First one is for staff. I had to Google what bollards are in the agenda item. Can you just sort of explain what's going to happen around Netta Drive and that proposed overpass? I just kind of have a hard time believing that since Highway 7 is there, that we would want yet another overpass. I don't know if that would look like how 128, crosses over I-25. And just sort of explain Netta Drive and Spinnaker Way and how the traffic flow and possible overpasses and the emergency access could be for that. So seems like there was a lot of ideas there. I just want to kind of hear a little bit further.
Thank you, Councilmember Hinkle. I'm Anna Burton, City Planning Director. So there were a few questions in there, so I'll do my best to try and hit them all. But generally speaking, our transportation master plan does show some crossings of I-25. It could be Lowell Lane that crosses. It could be this at Netta, or it could be further north at where Sheridan will cross over I-25 for the master plan, very far into the future. But regardless of which one crosses, we feel that it's very important to have an additional east-west connection between the east side of I-25 and the west side of I-25. And that concern is very much shared by North Metro Fire Rescue, who has a fire station on the east side of I-25. So in order to help provide adequate service in the future as all of this area develops, they really feel it's necessary to have that east-west connection. So when Palisade Park North was developed, we incorporated some additional right-of-way, and the developer has been very agreeable in terms of providing for the potential future connection at Netta, if that was to happen, or at Lowell. But additional studies would be needed in coordination with adjacent municipalities. In terms of the bollards and the configuration for Spinnaker and Netta, we've been working very closely, our staff and the developers engineering, to come up with a good solution. Bollards would, in this case, they would have been removable and tried to control traffic. We have a lot of concerns for emergency access, as well as just the goal of Brimfield providing good connectivity and safe streets in the future. So what we've come up with instead is to encourage trucks through signage at Netta to, all truck traffic use Netta Drive, and then to Spinnaker. Those roads would have adequate laneage to accommodate width of lanes to accommodate the truck traffic. There would not be on-street parking on those particular roads. So that's Lowell and Spinnaker. But there would be bike lanes to help provide the circulation and the adequate access for trucks. But then when you got up to Netta, they will be adding, as Mr. Brown was mentioning, the on-street parking for Netta in front of the units to really give it that residential feel. This is not a truck route. This is not where trucks would want to use Netta, Huron to Netta. Instead, they would want to use naturally Lowell to Spinnaker. So we believe through good design and through signage, we will be able to encourage all, or at least most of the truck traffic to use the designated route and to Spinnaker.
Okay.
I think I got all your comments.
I think so. There's a lot of words in there and not enough pictures, but I can also look, at the map and, remember those cross streets that you're talking about. And you're just trying to discourage that because I don't want to discourage obviously any emergency vehicles that we need there. And I think that's, important. Okay, Mr. Baum, thanks again for talking about just the the retail in the area. This question is for you, and then I'm gonna follow up with staff again. I apologize, I probably should have kept staff up there too. Retail is important in that area to the residents, and is there a timeline? 'Cause I know in the document it said that, you'll be searching for a year. When does that, ticker start and where does it end? And what does that process look like in between?
So it's not fair to necessarily say a year. I mean, we can do that when you do the approval. Or denial if you choose to deny, but once if we're fortunate enough to get through the process with the city, we can start that 12 months at that period of time. I've already been working on it. It's what I do. I've talked to retailers constantly. I'm talking to retailers about Highway 7 in front of Palisade Park and in front of Children's Hospital. I'm not at liberty to name today some, call it non-national chain food type facilities that will be announcing hopefully shortly. Some are aware of some of it. I, on a daily and weekly basis, I'm asking the questions of the retailers. Okay, looking here, but I'd like you to look here. I don't want to give false hopes. I will do everything in my power. I love proving people wrong. I've done it in Broomfield for years when they said it couldn't be done, and we've had success in Broomfield. I will try. So we felt that the best opportunity to get it would be that sort of southwest corner down there. And when we're building the brownstones, we've got to do it in phases. So that's sort of the reason for the timing. We'll start further north to more screen the commercial. And then that gives us the opportunity to then come back. And if we have been successful with the retail, then that'll be going forward. And if not, then we can continue the development of the residential. Because as some of you may know, if you start a project and then stop a project and start again, the cost to get people started again is quite significant. So we know that the period of time that it would take to build that out. So we felt comfortable that it would be a year.
Okay, thank you. Because I think the residents are really looking into saying, okay, we asked, you don't have to give names, because I know that you can't always give names. But it'd be helpful to say, hey, we've asked this many entities and you can tell us, what they are, restaurants, brew pubs, whatever. I think that would just be helpful for the residents if you can do that. And then last question, I think it's maybe for both of you. I'm more of a newer council member. Do developers talk to each other? So we have, or do they just yell at each other? I don't know. So when developers talk to each other, they are reliant sometimes, I think, like he says, he's relying on IKEA probably, right? And maybe not IKEA necessarily moving forward, but the development in that area. Are they reliant on each other to know what's going in on other sides of the road? So are they aware, developers aware of what's going in, possibly going in on the northeast side of Highway 7, or what does that communication look like?
I can certainly answer from staff's perspective. I mean, we do have regular correspondence with a lot of the development communities or property owners in the area. and communicate regularly with many of them in terms of projects that are coming up in the area. They may reach out and ask questions when they get the public notice regarding projects that they can walk through how it may impact them. And then I would ask the developer how they may interact when there are improvements adjacent to another property.
I'm going to take a shot at it too, Garrett, before you continue, Councilmember Hinkle. Excuse me, I think that's part of the last 17 months that we have been working on in order to fully understand what those 33 square miles looks like, so that it's upfront conversations with the developer. So when we say not there, where, it enhances the capability to, at a minimum, each one of these developers is very good at what they do, and they have different products. So very seldom, Mr. Baum is one of the few that kind of do turnkey, to where they do light industrial, residential. And so those relationships and that networking that each one of these developers have, oftentimes, if they're new to Colorado, it's a little more challenging for us. From a CMO perspective, from a council perspective, and from a staff perspective, it takes a lot more time to kind of walk them through. They are hyper competitive. Which is a good match for Broomfield right now. We're highly sought after. And again, it's incumbent upon us to be able to say what this PUD looks like, what it's planned for, and how can we expedite that process. So there's a significant number of moving parts. I think the more known quantities, Councilmember Hinkle, that we can have on the front end, these types of conversations with these developers, it will enhance their ability to communicate among each other, so that it's not kind of the competitive, every person for themselves, but more about what product are you bringing to the table, and is it a good fit? And if it's a good fit, where is it a good fit?
I can answer. I mean, I have great relationships with most developers in town. I can tell you that there are maybe one or two that I don't get along with. Unfortunately, one of them's a neighbor up there, but besides that, I've got a good relationship with McQueen's. I've got a good, most everyone up there, and I'm probably to my detriment. I share information and have an open book more than most developers. I don't necessarily look at it as competition. I know that City Manager Hoffman mentioned that we compete, but I look at it and when we did Children's Hospital, it was good for not only all of Brookfield, but all the developers up there. When we did National Archives, it was, we were the first to get activity up there. We historically always have been the first to get the commercial, and we hope that we can set the bar and that others can build upon that. So we share a pretty fair amount of information and we're collaborative. Sometimes, you're negotiating and you're probably know that they may be negotiating with the same tenant or with the same company. So you got to play your cards a little closer to the vest, but we do share information. I remind you, I'm on the board of the Butterfly Pavilion. We, came out and worked with Baseline and plans for that. So, we have maybe a unique relationship because of that project as well, but I've known them for 30 years and have a fine relationship with them. And we do look to see what we can do for improvements for Highway 7 and other things that, we don't always agree, but we do try to collaborate when we need to.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I just was hoping there'd be a lot of collaboration. Thank you. That's all.
Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. It's good to see you, Mr. Baum, Mr. Brandon. Good to see you in person. I want to thank you for your willingness to continue to talk and continue to work collaboratively with the neighborhood, as well as with council, as well as with staff. It really does seem like there has been a collaborative process to kind of try to mitigate the concerns that were there, and I think that we continue to move down that road. So I'm happy to see the progress that's been made, and it does seem like we're moving towards a good product, I think. So one of the first questions I have is, you talked about the 212 multifamily units, but I have a quick question, and maybe you can't answer it tonight. But it's regarding the large range from the 390,000 to the 97 or 970,000 non-residential. And a big portion of that is within the warehouse distribution area. There's the range between 240,000 to 720,000 square feet. So what determines that range?
Well, a lot of it is, what type of requirements they're gonna have for a building. So a user, let's say it's a user building as opposed to a multi-tenant building. It could be a site that, it's an 80,000 foot tenant, but it might accommodate a 100,000 foot building, or vice versa. We have to do things to increase. I think the likelihood is on the larger format industrial, it's going to be approximately 500,000 square feet, give or take. One of the things I didn't bring it up, but maybe I did. The original plan had 250,000 square foot buildings, and we were told those were too big, we want smaller buildings. So if you start looking at the acreage that's now defined for the industrial, it allows for 4 buildings, a little over 100,000 square feet each. You've got to park it, you've got to landscape it, you've got to have your buffer from I-25, you've got to have your buffer on the west side as well. So that's what we see. Then there's sort of the unknown what's going to happen between the brownstones and the larger format along I-25. And we just don't know. So as an example, maybe an office company comes in and says, hey, we want to put an office building. I'm sure it's something that Broomfield would be pleased with if we had a pure office building there. And it's possible that FAR could go up if they wanted to do a 2 or 3 story, office building. So that's a possibility. We tried to lay out the flex buildings as well as we could. We know a little more because we've been working on this letter of intent of what that particular user wants. That would be a 40,000 foot building, and how we accommodate the parking and the circulation as well. So that's, we did that at Interlochen also. I think the original Interlochen plan had 10.5 million square feet. And, we sized our utilities for 7.5 million square feet, maybe. That was because we didn't know exactly what we have, and the additional cost of that infrastructure was significant. And you modify it, you adjust it when you have to upsize. So we're doing our best with the crystal ball to sort of give a range, and it is a wide range. So I apologize, but it's the best we have now.
No, I appreciate that answer. And part of the reason I ask is, one, the kind of not decisions, but the conversation where it is right now tonight will have I want to see if it has an impact on that conversation later down the road. But it also has an impact to that long range financial plan as well. So if we only have 240,000 square feet versus 720,000 square feet, that's a big difference in terms of that long range financial plan. So the ballpark of the 500,000 does help.
Over 30 years, I've been pretty correct in Broomfield, I think historically, and my guess is that we're going to be somewhere closer to 750-ish to 800. One thing, I've always been a big believer in interests being aligned, and I would tell you that from the standpoint of your long-range financial plan and the standpoint of my wife's long-range financial plan, our interests are definitely aligned. And to the degree that we can get more FAR there, and you can get more money to your long-range financial plan, and my wife can get closer to retirement, everybody's happy.
I think that sounds like a great plan. And I'm also appreciative, as the applicant for committing to seek out the retail options at that southwest corner. You had talked about the 1-year timeline in terms of looking at that. When does that clock start for you all?
I apologize. I thought I answered that to Councilmember Henkel. What I was suggesting was that it's a year from when we get site development plan through the process, because we can't start on the brownstones until after that. Anyway, the commercial will start, and that gives us an opportunity to cycle through in phase, because you wouldn't develop you wouldn't construct everything at once. You do a foundation, you frame, you do a foundation, the framers move to the other, and that's approximately the period of time. So that we would have plans approved, but we could modify if we got the retailers. And again, I think at the last hearing, I brought it up as an example, the retail that occurs is more profitable than the residential. So again, our interests are definitely aligned there. It's only whether or not we can be successful at attracting it, which we will try hard to do.
I think that we, yeah, like you said, it's all aligned. I think keeping the neighbors, want to see retail go in there as well. So I think that we'll all be putting that out there. This is more of a question for staff. But the memo talked about the impact of the project to the overpass of I-25. And I know that Councilmember Henkel talked about this a little bit. But how can we ensure that one, that Sheridan overpass still has the potential to happen, because I do think that that's a crucial one. And is the overpass there then a drive necessary if the Sheridan overpass does happen?
Councilmember Schaaf, I think that's a good point in terms of whether both crossings are necessary. We definitely believe that it's important to start looking at the transportation network north of State Highway 7. We need to do that together with Wells County and also the town of Erie, all of those connecting roadways, and especially with Erie as a partner for the extension of Sheridan and that alignment and whether that is appropriate and still needed today. So it is something that we believe that we'll be looking at in the coming years to determine exactly where those crossings are needed. But for the time being, we've ensured, as the approvals have gone through for Palisade Park, for Northlands, and we will for areas to the north, to ensure that easements are in place and cooperation agreements with the property owners so that those roadways can cross if necessary. And we believe the applicant's revisions to Netta Drive and Spinnaker Way will allow for that to happen, and it is not a remaining concern for staff.
Okay, so at this point, we still leave the options open for a overpass there at that drive as well as overpass there at Sheridan.
We believe that's important for now.
Okay, no, I would agree. I'd like to keep all options open at this point. But thank you for that clarification. I think the close proximity to the shut-in well is going to be, a remaining concern that is going to have to be dealt with, as well as the proximity to the P&A wells as we're continuing to go through the mitigation of the karst, Diggs 43-6 well. And looking at that P&A well that's impacting those residential units, in the northern part of Broomfield. So I think that this is going to be a concern, and this is going to need to be a continued conversation. And I think that, as we continue down the road and looking at this project, there is going to be room for negotiation, continued negotiation, and continued conversation around this development. There's a lot of things that kind of are outstanding. The P&A or the proximity to oil and gas is there, the long-range financial plan, the inclusionary housing ordinance. And I think that all of those are part of the conversation and continue to be negotiations as it moves forward. But there's been a tremendous amount of work that has been done already that has addressed some of those pieces. And I think there's, I'm encouraged that the conversation is moving in the right direction. So thank you for bringing this forward tonight and all the work that we've been doing.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing it up. I forgot, Bill tapped me when I sat down. I forgot to bring up the flood and abandoned wells. So he said, "Oh, it'll come up." so I'm sure Councilmember Lim will discuss it in the past. So I'm sure it's going to come up. So I'll answer questions at that point. Thank you, though.
That's all I have. Thank you.
All right, Councilmember Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. First, I want to acknowledge that you turned what I think was a record-setting number of negative feedback into a meeting where we had 3 callers. So your work is acknowledged, and I'm very, very impressed at the results. So thank you for working with the residents and the community to get to what looks like, might end up being a happy medium. So I like this the development overall. I don't have a ton of concerns. The one hang up I'm going to have as this moves forward is going to be that inclusionary housing requirement. You're still going to have a lot of units, even if you didn't intend for them to be rental units. They're going to be rental units that generate but between $4 and $500,000 a year, somewhere in that. I mean, I don't know what the total income is, but they're going to be profitable, I would imagine. So I have a hard time just giving up on the affordable housing fee at this time. I'm going to struggle with that. So that's my only really, serious feedback. I think your proposal looks a lot better, and I just want to thank you again for all of your work with the residents to get to this point. It looks really good. So that's all I've got, and feel free to respond to that if you like, but it's my only major concern at this point. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and we'll take another look at it. It's so incredibly expensive to build this product now, and it wasn't our original model, so it's challenging. But what I will promise you, as we've done for 30 years, is we'll continue to work with staff. We'll work with the housing committee and meet with them again. We'll see if we can sharpen the pencil and do something there. And hopefully we can come to something that everybody can feel comfortable with. So thanks for your comments.
Councilmember Lim.
Thank you for your work in the neighborhood. You wanted this discussion. Yes, the plug and abandoned well within 75 feet of the brownstones. We are not to the point where we have discussed these reverse setbacks from plug and abandoned wells with council. We won't be for a few months as far as what the schedule looks like. But, I certainly think we have every indication to think that these brownstones should not be within 75 feet anyway. The Davis 43-6 plug and abandoned well that had leaked methane in May of 2019, well, at least it was discovered then, is still a problem with remediation. And we have methane levels, which are subsurface explosive levels, still within 100 and up to about 120 feet away from that plug and abandoned well. So 75 feet is certainly within that range. We've had a lot of talk about the terrain, the topography of the area. That area north of Colorado 7 would be the same problem. We're sitting on wrench faults. We have clay-like soil that's preventing, that could be a risk factor as far as a wrench fault with the plug and abandoned wells in the area. And we have clay-like soil that's not allowing the subsurface methane to escape. So we're putting trenching in now near Davis 43-6 on Grand Peak Way. So are you thinking it's possible then to eliminate a few of the brownstones that are within, say, 250 feet of that P&A well? Is that a possibility in your plans?
I have not looked at from a financial modeling how that would work. I've been focused on the transition and the screening. Recognize if we take out 3 buildings, that the objective that we had been tasked with, which was screening and buffering of the commercial, there's going to be a significant gap. So when we had our last hearing, and then we met with the neighbors, and I spoke with some of the council members. I tried to address all the concerns. At that particular point, there wasn't, or maybe there was discussion, but I wasn't aware of it regarding the reverse setbacks. And I'd like to point out again, there were 10 oil and gas wells. They were in proximity to Hearthstone, and all of the neighborhoods there well before any of the neighborhoods or I was there or really any of us. And we as developers spent hundreds of thousands of dollars plugging and abandoning those wells because we thought that's both what the city council wanted and what the neighbors wanted. I know that there were concerns about the existing wells and the methane and smell and what was going on. I'm confident that, I don't want to speak incorrectly, but when those were plugged and abandoned, I know that Brookfield had inspectors inspecting open trench, closed trench, concrete, everything that was being done, pipes that were cut off because of incidents that have been, you learn from past mistakes. And I was told by Crestone Peak and also by people at Broomfield that all of the best practices were done in the plugging and abandoning of those wells. So in order to meet the concerns of city council and the neighborhood, we offered there. Know that from a financial standpoint, I'll take a look. Would it be possible to relocate those to another location? Possibly. If I can't put that there, I can't put commercial, so it may just be that it's a loss to the project, which may be fatal to the project. I don't know, but I will run those numbers and I'll respond to staff. They can pass that on. But I always looked at it more at that point of the concern of, screening and buffering. So, I think if we pull those buildings out, then there may be more than 3 calls next time. And just, I want you to know what goes through my mind when this comes up and came up. So, we're all about safety as well. We've done a lot with North Metro Fire. We started in Interlochen when we bought the first ladder truck and donated that to North Metro. We've been involved. Like I said, we plugged in abandoned wells. When Broomfield didn't want oil and gas transmission in trucks on the roads, the only place that it worked to pipe was through on the edge of our property. So we were asked by Broomfield to provide easements, which we did. Wasn't to our advantage. We have now setbacks that we have to do, but we did that for the city and county. So, we've always, again, been collaborative. We know that it's an important issue. It's an important issue to the residents. It's an important issue to city council, and it's an important issue to Bill and myself, and everybody else in the room. So, we'll look at it. We'll continue to work with you on oil and gas the same way as we'll work on everything else and come back to you and tell you what we think that we can make work. We're also open to, and we let staff know, constant monitoring, all of those things that were brought up by staff in the past. We're more than happy to participate in.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for examining the possibility for the future of that 250-foot buffer and the impact it would have. I just also wanted to add that I was glad to see that there were notes that you were working with staff to incorporate sustainability elements in the brownstones. So if that's, would come forward in the future, we'd certainly be interested in seeing what you have in mind there. So thank you.
We're also working with the butterfly development for a habitat.
Councilmember Groom.
Thank you. And I just reiterate, I think the plan you guys are bringing forward is amazing. I appreciate all the ability to listen to people's council comments and come up with what I think is the best for Broomfield as well as your business and development. So I appreciate that. I think we've gone over majority of my questions. I'm checking my questions off as everybody else is commenting. So most of mine are comments. I would have to say with the inclusionary housing, I'm in support of what you are proposing. I do think it is a compensation already that you are adding the residential to this plan. So I would be willing to accept what you are offering in regards to bringing over what was previously approved. And so I thank you for even bringing those over. So we were at the beginning of this looking at 0. So I know that is a compensation we're all making. So I appreciate even looking at inclusionary housing in the trade. And then my last question for you, and before I have a question for staff, is the ongoing residents' concerns. We addressed a lot of them. Is there any other ones? I know staff had a bullet saying there's ongoing residential concerns. Is there any other ones that we haven't covered?
They might speak to
Yeah.
the biggest one I was aware of was the facing I-25 or facing the park. I haven't heard anything else from any other neighbors.
Okay,
Other than
so
that.
we just had a bullet up there that said ongoing for the sake of ongoing. Just that, keep that conversation going is what you meant.
That's correct. We just wanted to flag it at this stage.
Okay, perfect, thank you. And then my next question for staff, and it could be for City County Manager Hoffman, is we just approved the sustained Broomfield plan for all the major areas in the economic vitality. And one of the things that we were gonna do is come up and review all the metrics for the different areas. So we know when you look at plans, especially the concepts, is it hitting the metrics for the area? And this area is gonna be really super important for us on CO7 to get what we need from the state of Colorado in regards to the funding for CO7. Do we know where we're at on the metrics? And we don't have to address it now, but I guess that's what I would be looking for at the next level of review, is making sure that we are matching those metrics up with these reviews.
Yes, council member, are you referring to on the transportation metrics? Yes.
For this specific area.
Yes. Yes, we continue to work. So we just have so many metrics that
I
we
know.
put together, right? Yes, but again, between 169th and Huron, Highway 7, I-25, we've had RTD up here twice doing the tours. We've had CDOT up. So I think part of that is figuring out their metrics. So if they had solidified, if you do this, then this happens.
Yeah.
Other than ridership, right? So RTD is going through a real seismic fundamental switch on accountability.
Yep.
We sit on all of those boards. So there's 5 different transportation groups that are up north. Councilmember Schaap has been pretty instrumental on securing funds. And I'd like to say that in order to distribute those funds, there's metrics attached so that then we could mirror to ensure. But the work that we're doing with regards to transit, 12 months ago, 14 months ago, 16 months ago, that's one of the important details from developer Baum and some of the other northern area. When we approve a PUD on the front end, those metrics, even if they're not locked in, it has to be taken into consideration. So in other words, it's about density.
Yeah.
Right? It's all about building density. And then we have a rub between affordable housing, attainable housing is really expensive. It's expensive for us. It's expensive for the developer. And then when you have the straight across the board, the inclusionary zonings, something has to give somewhere. And so generally where it gives is up. So when we approve, when we bring projects to council as we move forward, we will always have that in mind. The difficulty is the rub on the PUDs. Some of the PUDs that we've approved have been piecemealed. So you have those individual lots instead of that comprehensive approach. So the application is a little more difficult on those PUDs that have been approved, but unequivocally, as we move forward, that is something that we take into consideration, even to the extent that from a more comprehensive view, to Councilmember Lim's point on when we have attainable housing, affordable housing, OSTAC, CRAC, ACES, each one of those groups, when we can design on the front end so that we can give our developers a sense of stability, so that we're not moving the target when they come in after the concept reviews. It all gets back to that matrix from a sustainable perspective. So not sustainable practices, but sustainable processes from the city and county's perspective. That's a long answer.
That I was kind of impressed. I was looking at, like, I just wanted to hear like, yeah, the density is 4 and we're at 3, so.
Yeah.
No, I guess my comment is, I know we've gone through a lot in the last year and a half, and impressively, you guys have put together the plan. And, that next step is the metrics. And so being able to bring these concept reviews in, is great, and hopefully we can get those metrics,
Attached.
yeah,
Agreed.
because I know the density and everything means a lot to projects like this for Broomfield.
It's
So I just
everything.
want to make sure that we're matching up, which love this project. So, I wanted to make sure that everything is matching up. And then, I do want to clarify one thing in regards to the oil and gas. We did just approve the baseline program, the North area, to, let me see if I'm using my right words. Yes, thank you, vested interest. To not implement the setbacks, the reverse setbacks.
Vested rights.
Vested rights, yes, that they were whispered to me and I tried to say. So help me understand that, across the street, the few blocks over, that property is now not safe to build on. So we've got one very large developer that was able to protect themselves. And now we've got small developers that do not have the ability to, quote, protect themselves in this development. So it seems like it's either going to be safe for all or not safe for all. So I'm having difficulty understanding how we're holding this developer accountable for reverse setbacks when we literally just excuse an extraordinary huge amount of land from the exact same thing. So I guess I'm making a comment, not necessarily to the developer, but maybe to us as a council, as an entity of, how can we do that?
So I'm going to answer this question carefully.
Yes.
So what was in place with regards to the setbacks? So we're truncating. Council made a decision based on existing development and where we are in a lot of categories to come up with 4 variances. So those variances, one of those variances was vested rights. So that's in that category. So again, it's less of a staff product and it's more of a council conversation on whether you add additional variances, whether it's project by project. But to your point, that makes it tough. Or kind of the sweeping variances. But that's a council directed, and we'll execute on what the outcome is. But guiding those conversations is really a council decision.
Okay, so I guess for me, I'm sitting here looking at a concept review against codes that are in existence right now. And I am in belief that these plug and abandoned wells were done fairly recently under technology that is not outdated, not antiquable, that is updated best practices. And we do have testing programs that are in place that could support any additional risk mitigation that's needed. So I would, for the sake of you guys moving forward, I think that is something that we owe, the council owes the developer. And now I'm speaking to my
Councilmember Green, can you wrap up, please? Your time has expired.
and so I'm just wanting to let you guys move forward, knowing that we've got to figure that out for you. Because I don't think it's fair for you guys to be held accountable for a future opinion of a council when you're this far ahead. So that's my opinion, and I'm really speaking to the council. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Law Evans.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. This is a fascinating conversation that we've got going on here at the council level. And gosh, it's so good to see all of you out there in the audience tonight. It's nice to see faces in person. I would echo, Mr. Baum, what many of my colleagues have said with regards to the work you've done. And I would echo what many of my colleagues have said with regards to the neighborhood and having a dialogue. And I know that the neighbors, I don't know if any of the neighbors are here or tonight, but I appreciate that you have listened to what Mr. Baum has to say as this all moves forward, because this is something, as I said last time, something is going to get built there. We just have to, we meaning council really, has to listen very carefully and fine tune what can move forward. So I appreciate the dialogue very much. And Mr. Baum, you certainly do have a long history in Broomfield of working with an awful lot of different people and coming up with an awful lot of different novel, innovative, and solutions that don't fit the mold. And I appreciate that very much. You and I have a long history. Having said that, I do want to kind of circle back and reestablish our baseline for this discussion, no pun intended, given the neighbors to the north. But question for staff, we are not approving a PUD or site development plan or whatnot from scratch. This is not something that has started from agricultural land, something like that. There is a PUD in place. Is that correct?
Councilmember, that is correct. It would just be an amendment to an existing approved PUD.
Okay, so with regards to that existing approved PUD, what does the developer have the right to build on this land right now? Or what are the constraints, the procedural constraints? But what does it say right now as to what they can build?
Currently, the site could be developed for non-residential uses. The only use that's not permitted by right is the residential that they've added in response to the comments from the neighborhood.
Okay, so let me make sure that I understand that correctly. But what was originally proposed is a use by right under the current PUD.
That is correct.
Okay, and I'm just gonna check, no offense, just gonna check with our attorney to make sure that that's the correct statement. That this is what was originally proposed is a use by right under the current zoning. Is that your understanding, Ms. Rogers?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so again, I just want to remember that that's the baseline, the base plate, maybe if I don't want to use baseline, from where this discussion is starting. We're not crafting a development, we're not participating in crafting a development from a pasture or a wheat field or something like that. There's a lot of layers of entitlement already on this property. So what I hear the neighbors and I hear their concerns with having a commercial development right next door. That doesn't change the fact that no, I wouldn't necessarily like living next door, but next door is some strange things anyway. That doesn't change the fact that what was originally proposed is, and again, this is a technical term, this is vested with a lot of weight, a use by right. So as council, as we go through our deliberations and as we consider what it is that we would like the developer to continue to do, I think that we have to be very careful, as Manager Hoffman said a moment ago, to speak to the sense of stability in this sustainable process as we go through. We want developers to know that we're good to our word. That doesn't mean, I'm not saying we shouldn't fine tune this, but I am saying, remember that there's these layers of vested rights that the developer already has. I worry that if we ask too much, if we demand too much, Mr. Baum is very, very good at saying, yes, I'll go look at that. And he always does, and he goes and he runs his numbers and whatnot. But I worry that if we move the goalpost too many times, we're going to move it to A, something he can't afford to build, and B, something that's so far removed from what he has the right to build, that, something unhappy for all of us will happen. I don't know what that is. He doesn't know what that is. Our attorney doesn't know what that is, but I don't want to find out what that is. So I guess I like what you've done so far. I am positive that you will listen you already have listened very carefully to what everyone has to say. But I just wanted to make sure that council was all on the same page with regards to I can't help it, the baseline of this conversation. So I believe that's all I have there for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. I have nothing much more to add to this conversation, so I just have a few comments to make based on what's been discussed. I want to thank you for all the changes that you have made. And I was one of the ones that originally requested keeping the truck traffic off of Huron, and appreciate that work to keep it on Spinnaker Way. And I'm hearing and understanding these concerns of our staff and North Metro and the need to plan for that overpass. So I would just appreciate if, as we're planning Spinnaker Way, that we do the signage and all the everything that would help make that truck route and keep those, and even if they do connect at Spinnaker and Meta Drive, that there would be that planning in place so that the trucks would most likely use Spinnaker Way. And also, one of the main concerns was the Spano Park and the crossings over Huron and trying to get the neighborhood over there. So anything we can do to make those crossings safer as we're bringing more traffic potentially to Huron would be greatly appreciated. But emergency vehicle access is also very important. So you're kind of planning there. I'd like to look forward to seeing more on those plans. I appreciate that. Also, I want to echo Councilmember Lim's concerns about the flood and abandoned well, Anthem, Highlands, my neighborhood is just north of me is where that Davis 436 well is. And one of the main reasons that we want to plan our residential housing further from those wells, and we can do greater than 75 feet. And I understand the concerns here that, we're moving along, we haven't finished the conversation. And it really is, just to see what you can do with financial models, if it's feasible. But to have a replay of what we're experiencing in Anthem Highlands is not beneficial to a developer either. When plans are put on hold because you find a leaking well, or after the residents have moved in and you have to deal with a leaking well. So it's to the benefit. I see that actually to the benefit to actually try to increase that distance. So we'll see what you come back with and what that looks like. And I would just say, I realize that we've listened to the community and their views, and it was awesome that you came back and put these brownstones in there. But yet I would always prioritize the health and safety of the residents living right at that unit over the view. So it'll be an interesting to see what you can do there if it's possible. I also just want to appreciate you going through the wells that have been removed and all the work that you have all done to plug and abandoned wells and remove flow lines and improve the conditions up there. So that is well received. I just want to show that we appreciate that. And I think that is about it. And that's great. And thank you for all the changes.
Thank you.
I guess it's me now. And I just want to thank you all for all of the engagement that you did with the community. As my council colleague mentioned, you took it down from a very tense situation to hardly any pushback on this project. It's just another example of how you're willing to go above and beyond to work with us and the residents. So I do appreciate that. And I was just curious, what would the wall height be between the loading docks and the park?
So that will come in with the site development plan submittal for the commercial over there that SunCap is bringing in. We will work as the Architectural Control Committee. We'll work with staff, and together we will work to get SunCap to provide a wall that is aesthetically pleasing and of the height that it needs to be with landscaping. So I can't give you the exact height now because we're gonna have to work together with staff and get SunCap to the place that it needs to be.
That's fine. I know I get what you're saying with the gateway image and the city wanting the front facing the highway, but people are whizzing by there so quick. I personally feel, and I'm not speaking for the city and county of Broomfield, just me, that, they should face the highway. I really do. I think people aren't cruising down I-25 slow enough to even notice. And I've seen other things that have been approved, like Amazon, a big box, that really didn't do much for the gateway image. So I don't think that has to be set in stone for something like this on a highway, where, people really aren't looking at it that much. I want to thank you for the Huron winding at that pinch point in front of the IKEA property. That's another going above and beyond at your own expense to help us fix a problem that we don't know how else it was going to get done. So thank you for that. That can't be said enough. That's huge. And I know you took on the expense of plugging all those wells on your own, which also wasn't cheap. So I just want to give you the gratitude part of, and I want you to know you're appreciated.
Thank you.
And I think that's all I have. Is it anybody else? All right. Well, thank you so much, Mr. Baum.
Thank you very much, and we'll listen to everyone's comments and concerns, and I promise you, they're important to us, and we'll work with staff, and we'll come back to you with, what we make work and what type of product we can bring. So thank you very much.
Thank you all. Our second concept review item this evening is a proposal for a business park with flex industrial buildings located adjacent to the Arista neighborhood and along Wadsworth Parkway. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and Judy Harmer joins us, and you will all notice that senior planner to a principal planner. So these are two promotions for our two planners. So actually it takes effect tomorrow, but we thought we'd just go ahead and announce it tonight, Judy.
Well, I appreciate that recognition very much. Thank you. And I'm very excited to be a principal planner. And I already have really enjoyed working for the city and county of Broomfield. Anyway, Judy Hammer, representing Planning Services, or Planning Division, and this is a concept review for the core Broomfield concept. The next slide, please. The concept plan proposes 5 flex industrial buildings with garage bays that face out towards the adjacent properties. Potential uses of buildings may include a combination of light production and assembly, innovative technology, offices, commercial and office, logistic users, and warehousing. Access is proposed via 3 points, one from Destination Drive, the second from Parkland Street, which is to be extended along the northeastern edge of the site, and the third from a new road along the southern boundary, requiring coordination with Jefferson County and CDOT. Next slide, please. The subject site is located east of Wadsworth Parkway and southwest of Broomfield Urban Transit Village, PUD, the planned unit development plan. It is subject to the Wadsworth Interchange Urban Renewal Plan and the Broomfield Interchange Sub-Area Plan. It also is in close proximity to the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport. Next slide, please. The 2016 comprehensive plan map shows the designation of the site as being primarily mixed use commercial with open lands along the southern section. There is a small portion of the site at the northern end that is designated as transit oriented development. You can see that in the kind of light pink color rose. The southern open lands designation represents a buffer between Broomfield and unincorporated Jefferson County, which is immediately to the south of the subject site. This undimensioned open lands buffer is planned to provide relief between communities and room for trail corridors and enhanced landscaping. The northern portion of the site is included in the Broomfield Urban Transit Village Park 36 PUD plan. Should the proposed project proceed, the applicant will need to incorporate this area into the new PUD plan.
Next slide, please. This is the concept plan superimposed over an aerial image that shows the existing context. There's a park to the east with residential immediately across the way, and immediately to the south is Jefferson County. Wadsworth Parkway is to the west. To the north of this site is the proposed steadfast multifamily residential that is currently under permit review. Truck ports are primarily interior to the site. The building proposed at the southern corner, identified as Building 5 on the concept plan, should be carefully sited with the roll-up garage doors given special attention due to its orientation and location. The area east of the building should also include additional buffering. The internal drive aisles are interconnected, providing various circulation routes. The 3 points of access that we went over earlier are provided, will continue to be evaluated throughout the development process. Note that the addition of the southern access off of Wadsworth Parkway, this greatly reduces available open lands that were earmarked for buffering and a trail connection. Staff has indicated that the applicant should reconsider the need for this separate access point and road so that there are greater opportunities for the open lands buffer. Next slide, please. These images show what the flex buildings may look like. Next slide, please. The following list identifies the relationship between the urban renewal plan and the sub-area plan and briefly lists some of the purposes of each plan. The setbacks from the principal arterial roads, in this case Wadsworth Parkway, may be reduced from 75 feet to 30 if additional landscape buffering, screening, or other acceptable mitigation techniques are provided and approved by the city council. Note that the sub-area plan envisioned an open lands buffer to the south there that would include a trail corridor along the southern edge of the site. Next slide, please. This table lists the proposed uses of the PUD as part of the concept plan. It would permit a business park, warehousing, and light industrial uses. The table also lists proposed minimum setbacks for buildings and parking, the minimum floor area ratio, minimum open area, and the parking requirements. Note that the setbacks proposed would be approximately 15 feet less for buildings and parking than what is established in the sub-area plan. Parking is proposed at 1.7 spaces per 1,000 square feet of building space. The lesser setback, parking ratios, and other design criteria would need to be carefully considered should this project move forward with the formal development review process. Factors such as proximity to residential uses to the east, its location in the gateway area of Broomfield, and its adjacency to Jefferson County and the open lands buffer that was identified in the comprehensive plan and the sub-area plan will be considered should this project proceed to the formal development review process. Next slide, please. A neighborhood meeting is required prior to the developer submitting a formal application for the PUD amendment if they opt to proceed with the application following the concept review. The applicant hosted a neighborhood meeting on June 9th, where residents voiced concerns about impacts to their views, property values, the roads during construction, and increased traffic along Uptown and Destination Drives. Next slide, please. Staff identified the following key issues in the staff report. The conceptual plan shows parking lot setbacks as a potential deviation from the Broomfield interchange sub-area plan's intended setbacks. The sub-area plan established setbacks of 30 feet for parking as a minimum setbacks along the perimeter property lines for this site. However, the plan encourages varying setbacks with enhanced landscape treatments if approved by the city council. Additionally, grades of this site change from the roads, where the roads are higher than the land, which may help somewhat to naturally screen parking lots. If this project proceeds through the formal development review process with the lesser setback, enhanced landscaping and buffering through earthen berms, dense year-round vegetation, and/or a screen wall should be incorporated to mitigate visual and noise impacts to the residents to the south. This methodology is consistent with the adjacent Arista neighborhood and can help to promote a more walkable and visually attractive business park design. Implementation of the earthen berm with dense year-round landscaping may help to soften impacts felt by the pedestrians and residents, and would enhance physical buffers between these uses significantly. This concludes staff's presentation. The applicants are also here to discuss more details about the project and answer questions and get your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant's presentation is next.
Hello, my name is Charlotte Norris Design. So nice to see you all in person. It's been way too long. Before I walk through the details of our proposal, I'm just going to have Jeff Lepore come up and give a brief introduction to Lepore, who's the developer for this project.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Lepore. I'm with Lepore Partners. We're a commercial real estate development firm that's been developing industrial space similar to this for the past 25 years. We built mostly in Arizona and Nevada. We've done a couple projects here in Colorado recently, the city of Littleton. Similar situation, built directly against Highlands Ranch, and worked, I think, pretty effectively with the neighbors to find a solution that made everyone happy. We also have identified sites over the years adjacent to small airports similar to Rocky Mountain. We've done 7 of these projects in the past 15 years or so. And, we focus mostly on sort of airport adjacent, because typically the uses are complementary to airplane traffic, runway protection zones, etc. And it's a similar situation with this project. We've been working with Powers Brown Architecture to do site planning that we think is complementary to the property, and a good opportunity, I think, for job creation here in the city of Broomfield. Thank you.
Perfect. Can you get the next slide, please? Oh, sorry, one more slide. Okay, perfect. So again, as Ms. Hammer mentioned, we are looking at the approximately 35-acre site at the southeast corner of Wadsworth Boulevard and Parkland Street. Adjacent uses include Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport to the west, paired homes and park and undeveloped land to the east. The parcel to the north is future multifamily, and the parcel to the south is also owned by the airport and is vacant. Next slide. As we started looking at the development concepts for this parcel, we spent a lot of time digging into the existing planning documents from both the city and the airport. First, we have the city's comprehensive plan, which includes a mixed-use commercial land use designation on much of the site, with a small area of open lands on the south and transit-oriented development on the north. Next slide. This mixed-use commercial designation, covering much of the site, notes primary uses such as commercial, employment, and multifamily, or single-family attached uses. While the open land may be public or private and include a landscape edge along the city-county limits. Next slide. The plan also encourages business, employers, and industries, encourages development of employment centers and direct employment uses into areas adjacent to major transportation corridors. Next slide. The city also has an interchange sub-area plan, which designates a majority of the property as mixed-use commercial and employment, again with open lands on the south. Next slide. These designations allow for business office, manufacturing and assembly, warehousing and employment, and warehousing and retail. Next slide. And finally, the airport has developed a plan to recognize surrounding land uses and activity around the airport. The plan encourages compatible land uses and design around the airport to allow the airport to continue its vital role in the region while protecting citizens from impacts of the airport. This plan shows much of the site in the airport critical zone. Next slide. This zone encourages commercial, industrial, agricultural, and golf course uses near the airport and discourages residential uses, schools, libraries, and hospitals. And it limits the uses that would allow large numbers of people to gather. Next slide. The plan also identifies the runway protection zone, which puts the southwest corner of the parcel. Next slide. This further limits the uses on the parcel, noting that large structures that accommodate people should not be placed in the southwest corner. Next slide. With this background information and planning in mind, we dug into development concepts for the parcels. The site is currently zoned PUD and requires a PUD to be created for development. Next slide. Our development proposal includes a PUD, which we anticipate to allow uses such as business park, warehousing, and light industrial. We anticipate a maximum FAR of 0.35 with a minimum open area requirement of 25%. The setbacks are generally in line with the setbacks noted in the interchange subarea plan, but a variance may be needed in some locations for parking. We'll continue to study those details as we refine the site plan and work with staff and our neighbors on the site development plan. Next slide. And here's our initial design concept, which includes approximately 500,000 square feet of employment uses. Access is anticipated to primarily be provided along Wadsworth Boulevard at the southwest corner of the property to limit impacts to our surrounding neighbors. Additional access is provided along Parkland Street to the north and Destination Drive to the east. Loading and parking are generally located interior to the site, with office buildings generally fronting the public views. You can see kind of the gray dashed lines along each of these buildings. Those are showing para-pick locations. And then you can see on the eastern edge of the buildings it notes office. So those frontages that are facing the existing residential are more office oriented uses compared to the loading in the back. Detention is also located along the north and east portion of the site, along with landscape perimeters. We'll continue to study these landscape buffers as we refine the site plan and associated grading. We expect these buffers will include enhanced landscaping to help break up the building facades. This plan also notes the airport critical zone. That's the peach diagonal line at the northeast corner of the site. For the land use plan, anything south of this line should have more commercial or industrial uses that don't allow for large numbers of people. And then in the southwest corner of the site, at the very southwest corner of our southwest building, there's an additional peach colored line, which is the airport's runway protection zone, which notes large structures that accommodate people should not be located in that corner. During the past 6 months, we have been working with the airport and made changes to get to this plan today. We removed a previously proposed building extension from the southwest corner after we told the airport wanted no buildings in the zone. We also relocated our southern access drive to be fully on our site instead of split between the two properties. The airport owns that land to the south and didn't want any issues with FAA by adding a road to their property. You can also see the proposed setback variances are limited along the northern portion of the site at Parkland Street. There's a little bit of a pinch point at the western side of the property for parking. And then the majority of the variance is located along the western edge of the property along Wadsworth Boulevard, where there's quite a large landscape area within that existing right of way. And then there are some limited potential for setback variances along the south, depending on the ultimate designation of that street, if it's public or private. Next slide. The design character of this building is critical to the success of this project. Here you can see examples of similar recent buildings before it has developed, which deliver an elevated design required to create an employment hub for sophisticated corporate users. The architectural design will include building articulation to avoid large unobstructed planes, and building masses will include variation in roof line or parapet, buried or stepped walls, and utilization of high texture, high quality materials, providing visual enhancement to the public. Pedestrian reception features and amenities will extend into the outdoors, providing outdoor employee areas in connection to the pedestrian walkways and surrounding streets. Next slide. Here you can see that building that Jeff mentioned in Littleton on Santa Fe. This shows the loading areas tucked internal to the site with more traditional office space and vehicle parking on the more public facing views. These modern business parks are increasingly combining executive office, design, and engineering, along with some production warehousing to accommodate a rising focus on integrated logistics, supply chains, and seamless customer experiences. Next slide. In addition to working with staff, CDOT, and the airport for the last 6 months, as Judy mentioned, we held a neighborhood meeting last Wednesday. The site was posted with signs and approximately 1,100 mailings were sent. We had approximately 22 people attend that meeting. As Judy mentioned, questions and comments included discussion about traffic, required traffic improvements, the potential uses, and building heights and views. We will continue to study these items as we refine the site plan and hear your feedback tonight. We look forward to working with both staff and our neighbors on the details of these plans. We're excited to create an employment hub and assist the city in creating their long-term goals for future employment. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation, Bonnie. Before we go to comments, we're going to take our 8 o'clock break for 10 minutes. So we'll recess and come back at 8:11.
The Access Live event is in music hold. Music hold ended.
All right, welcome back, everyone. We'll start with Land Use Review Commission comments. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on this proposal?
Hi, I'm Jake. Land use review. So with this proposal, I think, so I live about 5 minutes away and literally around the corner. So with the new park there, I think this type of commercial development may be a bit too large for the actual neighborhood and not taking full advantage of the transit-oriented development style that has been growing and kind of thriving in the neighborhood really well. For example, that new park that's just been built, it has a dog park that was a high demand for the entire neighborhood. But also the space is very open. There's kids playing games, there's stuff. So what a lot of the neighborhood is actually looking for are development types that would support the overall features of the neighborhood. So for example, a lot of neighbors who live in the homes, the ones that are owned, the ones in the renting units, we have to do most of our shopping for groceries to the south. We go to Westminster, we go to a gym in Westminster, we go to shopping there. And why? It's because particularly this neighborhood being transit-oriented development attracts more individuals who are bicycling, walking, or riding the bike, or riding the bus. And so with the FF1, with the Wadsworth route, where you can get directly to Arvada and other sections, this would actually be cutting off really those bus lines from significant transportation. There's already significant commercial development down slightly south in Westminster that lay vacant in many areas. And while this is a significantly different design, would be open to different kind of interests in different ways, I don't see how it would match the kind of new urban design element that is kind of the functioning feature of the neighborhood. Particularly, you know, with the open lands designation space along the side, it kind of cuts off the business section from the neighborhood section. But the purpose of this kind of new urban design, this transit-oriented development, is connection between business and residential, which is where the original kind of Arista Place neighborhood looks like. It's that connection between the residents who live directly there and the businesses who are also there. So you can be directly across the street from a Mexican restaurant. You can be directly across the street from an office building. You can be in that facility where it has the active uses at all times of day, where there are people walking down the street to the bar, or maybe they're going to a First Bank concert in that neighborhood at the same time. It's always busy. There's always something happening. And that's the benefit of that. Whereas this type of large scale urban design is going to benefit maybe 9 to 5 traffic, which is already pretty busy along Wadsworth, which I'm not concerned with traffic because I ride the bus. So I don't ever drive a car. Got dropped off here today because I was running late, but I usually take the bus to and from work every day. But this would actually be taking one of the kind of bus stops and would be limiting our ability to improve the RTD access to the space. Being that it's already one of the densest neighborhoods in, Broomfield, or could be one of the densest neighborhoods in Broomfield in the future, I think supporting that with other uses other than the kind of large industrial flex design may be actually more beneficial. Granted, I think there are still some uses that could be integrated into the neighborhood. Again, like I said, a gym, a large gym space, a large grocery store space, types of other businesses or commercial development that would help the individuals who live in that neighborhood not have to drive their car outside of Broomfield to get access to those services. And so that's kind of where I was thinking. I don't feel that this is a great fit for the neighborhood. I think it's actually kind of counter to the original design elements that were introduced along Arista, throughout the different avenues and stuff, where you do have this kind of very pedestrian-centric focus, where this would be kind of returning to a car-centric focus design, which we've seen on the north side of the neighborhood, which already has larger amounts of traffic. You've got multiple drive-throughs for the banks, for Starbucks, and it just really is people driving around, and it's not useful to the people of the neighborhood where they're out walking their bikes, driving, doing all different things on a more regular basis, and just the number of dogs. You should see the number of dogs. That's why the dog park was really called for. And so those are some of my concerns with it. Granted, I think there's still some opportunity for maybe considering different commercial uses on the space, but that's kind of open to, I think, more discussion in the future. And I think also maybe expanding the connection to the rest of the neighborhood, because I think the notices only made it out to the owners of the property in the neighborhood vicinity, not to the renters. Me being just one street over did not receive notice, whereas the landowners, so the homeowners with the duplexes, did receive notices within that kind of spatial limit. But I've read that in the past as something we can improve. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Karas. Any other commissioners want to comment? Any other boards and commission members want to provide feedback? All right, public comments are next. If you're joining via phone and want to be placed in the queue for comment, please call 855-695-3744 and press *3 to be placed in the queue. If you're joining in person, please line up behind the podium. Public comments will be limited to the time limits outlined earlier. We'll start with in-person public comment. If there's anyone who would like to be heard, please come to the podium, state your name and neighborhood for the record, and limit your comments to 3 minutes. Seeing none, I don't see anyone online. So does the applicant have any final comments or want to address any of the commissioners' comments?
I think there's a couple of things. Maybe Jeff wants to come up and just talk a little bit about use in this location. We'll definitely look at this comment about the bus stop and try to understand that a little bit better. The public notice, I do know, went to all the rental units as well. I personally stamped all 1,100 of those postcards, so I know they went out. If there was a gap in delivery, we'll certainly talk to the post office about that. So again, we'll continue to look at that bus stop and then have Jeff talk a little bit about uses.
One of the reasons that we focused on this site and the reason that we focused this plan on this site was mostly due to proximity to the runway at the Rocky Mountain Airport. If you saw the exhibits that show the critical protection zone and the RPZ, which is the runway protection zone, the entire site falls within an area of concern that limits residential and other uses that have large gatherings of people. And I think the big sort of key part to this plan is that it does provide office space. It does provide office space that faces the residential. We've got, I think, a good amount of buffering there between building 2 specifically is where we heard the comments from the neighborhood. And these buildings they are flexible and they do accommodate a mixture of uses, which we've had over the years in many of our projects. Oftentimes there's showrooms, sometimes there's a little bit of retail. It just depends on sort of the types of demographic in the neighborhood. And certainly it's not our intent to cut anything off from anything. We're happy to help connect trails or connect multifamily to Wadsworth. And happy to work with the neighborhood on those types of issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to council questions and comments. Councilmember Schaaf.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So thank you, the applicant, for bringing this project forward. You know, I want to start off on that last point that the applicant talked about, and perhaps I see the master developer in the room, Mr. Cepeda, and I was curious from your perspective, if you don't mind sharing, how this fits in with the overall kind of vision of Arista, and how you know, how would this project achieve those goals for the greater Arista development?
My name is Joe Zapita, project manager for the Arista development. Address is 555 Eldorado Boulevard. I can't answer that. The PUD for the Arista development is separate than this. And for all the reasons previously stated about this land and the restrictions, I mean, it really stands on its own. But I can tell you from our point of view, we would fully support this project.
Well, thanks for that answer, and I appreciate it. And you know, I when I saw the location of this project sitting right next to the run, you know, the critical, almost within the critical zone, that did give me pause for what could be, you know, constructed on here. Having, you know, sitting on the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport Noise Roundtable, you know, having residents nearby was a no-go for a lot of reasons, but noise was one of them. So. You know, I do appreciate your answer on that, and thank you for letting me know that you would support the project. Looking at the buffer zone on the southern part of the lot, it does abut to that hill that is right there between Broomfield and Jefferson County, but it also falls within that critical impact zone of the airport. I'm curious what and I don't know if the applicant has the answer to this or staff, but what is the possibility for development south of this lot?
One of the first things we did when we started investigating the property was call the airport. And we've spoken to Ben Miller there on multiple occasions, been very helpful. We originally had a different plan in mind that would extend the building south. We actually had a convenience store there, or just a concept idea. And there was a pretty strong response from the airport, and it was there's to be no development whatsoever on airport-owned land. So as we vetted that, I thought automatically that it meant no vertical development, no buildings, no structures. They took it quite a bit further and made it clear that there was to be no roadway grading, there'd be no improvements whatsoever to the Jefferson County owned land. So that's why we took the full width of what is 112 and shifted it north onto our site. And as we got further into it and talked further with them, you know, there was big concerns, I guess, between, you know, sort of how they're funded and, to your point, neighborhood opposition to noise and these types of things. So according to Mr. Miller, there's to be no development. That includes grading, that includes utilities, that includes any type of improvement. So that's the information we're working on.
Thanks for that information. And the reason I asked about it is one of the concerns was that buffer area between Broomfield and Jefferson County. And is it likely that there's going to be a natural buffer in that area because of the critical zone area with that airport?
It seems that way. That's what we're told.
Right. It kind of removes one of the concerns that I had. And then lastly, you know, in terms of one of the concerns that staff raised was the kind of the landscaping there at the southern portion of this lot, the need for an exterior trail around the property. Do you have at this point possible users for those buildings that would require that set size that you have laid out, especially for buildings 4 and 5? And the reason I ask this is because if they weren't so long, you know, long in terms of north-south, in impacting that buffer space down on the southern part of this lot, if they were shorter, and could extend that buffer space to allow for more of a trail. So I asked, do you have possible users that would require all of that square footage?
We're not that detailed at the moment. We'll certainly take a look at it and see if there's a way for us to improve.
Okay.
Yeah, happy to evaluate it.
Okay, yeah, I think that it seems like an important aspect to ensure that there is that trail, exterior trail around the property. And then the last question I have, and this may be the same point, it's not detailed at this point, but do you have current anticipated truck routes around this property in terms of what roads would be accessed and from where?
We don't have that detail either. However, one of the limitations to the site and what limits it from other uses is the lack of accessibility directly from Wadsworth. We had several detailed rounds of discussions with CDOT. And what we learned is that the Parkland intersection is too close to the intersection to the north to be allowed a traffic signal. So that's a 3/4 movement intersection. So obviously Wadsworth is a higher traffic street. So primarily ingress and egress, we believe, will come from 112. That alignment anyway, that's to be a full movement intersection with a light. That hasn't been approved, but that's been conceptually discussed with CDOT. And the types of traffic that come in and out of here will primarily be drawn to that. So we expect entrance to be primarily there at 112, and we expect some exiting on Parkland, depending which direction they're going. We expect very little to go east because there's nowhere to go.
I'll be interested to see what that looks like when the application comes back. Great, thank you for bringing this project forward. That's all I have for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Lyman.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Staff, could I have you put the conceptual site plan layout back up on the screens, please? Perfect, thank you. Oh, and that's even got the orange lines too. I was wondering about those because that's not in our packet. So, okay, so first thing I want to say is, Mr. Zepeda, the Snoopy Park thing is really working out well. I really like that. That's cool when I recognize that. So thank you for that. Thanks for getting that squared away. I did receive a communication from a resident of the townhomes just to the east, and they were concerned about the fact that there's going to be, it feels like replay with the concept review we just had with Mr. Baum's project. The resident was concerned about having view corridors and whatnot with an adjacent industrial development. And I know this is flex space, and it's not fine as flex space goes, but it is striking to me that we just talked to Mr. Baum, who bent over backwards to put a buffer zone in that neighborhood, and here we are looking at a very stark transition. So that right there is probably going to be difficult for me to get past, is the lack of any kind of a buffer. I understand, staff, did I understand that the parking ratios being discussed are not quite, are not up to, they're not where we want them to be. Is that right, staff? That would have to be determined based on some of the uses and the total square footage of the flex buildings. So, okay. It's hard to say at this point. Okay, I thought I understood that, but maybe I misunderstood. Okay, fair enough. I actually really like the alignment of 112 to having a separate entrance point for this very, very different use, different from anything else in the development. But I'm not really a fan of those type of buildings here. And it's not that they're not nice buildings. This feels really weird coming out of my mouth, but I'm just not a fan of this right here. And maybe it needs more architectural diversity. Maybe it needs a buffer. I don't know what it needs, but it just doesn't feel right in that particular neighborhood. I also think about how WeatherTech up at the other end of this development, again, they went through a long process to modify their development, modify their building
to address concerns that were expressed, and it came out, it's still a very industrial building, well, with a retail component, but there's panache to it, and I'm not feeling panache here at all. So, I don't know what else would go here. Certainly, this is not the right place for a grocery store, or obviously, as we've already discussed, you just can't have large gatherings of people, gatherings of people at all. So I get that. So I don't know what else would go here, but I'm just not, I think that this needs more work, and it has possibilities, but it needs more work. So here's a very intrusive question for you. I know just enough about industrial real estate to know that where rates are right now and things like that. And I guess I'm really concerned that these buildings are going to sit empty with the high metro district taxes in an industrial space. There's just not a lot of margin there. Can you share? I know you don't want to share any proprietary information. I don't want you to, but can you talk to us at all about your pro forma? What do you expect do you have guesses as to what your rent rates would be and your triple nets?
So just to your design point. For a
Okay,
second,
sure.
We haven't gotten into design. So I went by WeatherTech earlier today. I mean, those are the types of buildings we build too. So there's not anything on there that you shouldn't expect from us. It may not be exactly the same, but there's many features similar to what we do all over, Arizona and Nevada.
Fair enough.
So we're happy to work with the neighborhood.
Well, it needs more panache. It definitely
No,
does. But go ahead. Yeah.
Well, the location itself lends itself to that, because although they're industrial and they're flex buildings, they're really based on the tenant profile that we're seeing here. There's more of a tech component here. There's more of a higher end finish component that drives a higher architectural requirement generally to attract that type of a use.
So fair enough. So which does lead to my second question. Are you looking at in your penciling, are you looking at $15 plus nets? What kind of numbers are you thinking? Because I'm just not seeing that these are going to lease easily.
I think the demand is there's plenty of demand. There's not going to be an issue there.
Well, the whole question is at what rate?
The market rates in this area are, anywhere from $10 to $15. Newer buildings are priced higher. Certainly we have a lot of site work to try to determine. We have lots of challenges here to try to get the site buildable. Drops 80 feet from one corner to the next.
Sure.
So there's lots of things to tackle, and I can't give you a definite answer, but I can give you a range.
Fair enough. I guess when you come back, I have a major concern about leasability, just because industrial properties do tend to, they kind of are the lowest of the commercial sectors, as I'm sure you know, in terms of pricing. And the margins are tough if you've got triple nets that include the expenses of the metro district that we have here. It's going to be a tough bunch of numbers to make work. So not that I want to do your decision-making for you, it'll be your risk and whatnot, but this is right on Wadsworth. And if it doesn't work, if those buildings do sit vacant, we come to an agreement, we release something out, if those buildings do sit vacant for a while, that's not a good look. So I guess I would urge you, if you don't want to share proprietary information out here in this particular forum, maybe please talk with our city manager's office and the economic vitality people and whatnot, because I just don't see if the numbers are going to work.
Well, I think there's been a big shift in industrial in the last 5+ years.
Indeed.
And, it used to be the lowest price was always what people wanted, but now you have different uses too. You have manufacturing, you have assembly, you have, technology, you have software companies. They can all be accommodated in these buildings. These aren't necessarily, look at the size of them.
Yeah.
They're not aimed for, a giant logistics provider. And I think due to the lack of product in Broomfield, typically with the amount of housing that's been built here over the years, it's a very stable community that from our point of view anyway, appears to need more employment opportunities. So folks aren't commuting to other cities to work. And, proximity to the airport, proximity to housing, both rental and ownership. We feel like there's plenty of demand at at the market rates that are there today.
Well, you're using all the right words in your response to me there. No, I get it.
I appreciate that, but that's.
Right, yeah, no, I hear that. So those are my comments. I'm on the fence on this one. I really want to see a lot more. I think it has possibilities, but I see a lot of challenges. So thank you.
We're happy to provide more.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom.
Thank you, and thank you for coming to Broomfield and considering this location. I know it's a difficult location. I do think this is a great concept for this area. I'm definitely with Councilmember Lancelot Evans. She articulated well with that panache. Like I was sitting there trying to come up with how to articulate what I want to tell you, which is I really dislike these industrial buildings and something with more design, more facade, more breakup of those long, big walls. I do think Arista has some unique characters to it and unique designs as you're driving through it. And I do think if you rounded that corner and then all of a sudden you hit these big, long buildings with high walls, it really doesn't fit the theme of that area. So I think you nailed it with what should go there, what can go there. It's a match. It's just maybe, and I got on your website and I know you guys built some beautiful buildings. So I'd be looking forward to what that that architectural design would be in your next review. So you can kind of blend it in with the neighborhood a little bit more versus the big building.
I agree, and I think that you'll be pleasantly surprised at what can be done with these buildings to integrate. And I think, you know, there's a lot of sort of expectation by today's businesses that would locate here. It's definitely, you know, a much higher end area, even though it's at the sort of tip of the runway at Rocky Mountain. And I think that between landscaping, architectural detail, I think you'll be all pleasantly surprised. That's our goal anyway. And I think that there'll be some great employment opportunities for the folks that live there already. It's bikeable, it's walkable. The biggest things for companies today is workforce, it's staff, it's recruitment, it's retainment. It's difficult to do. So a lot of these companies are now, you know, using their facilities to entice and keep people. And it has to be convenient, it has to have private sort of occupancy. It has to check the boxes or you know, people aren't attracted to it.
Yeah, and I do think you're right on there. This area is growing innately for aerospace and satellite type of work, as well as marketing side of the manufacturing. You know, we've got Crocs and Danone and those types of businesses here that it might not be manufacturing, but it's those marketing retail type of jobs that they're looking for. And this would be great for something like that.
And the existence of those companies indicates to other companies that want to come that the labor pool is here.
Yep.
The skill set is here. So it's sort of, you know, they work with one another.
Great. Thank you for coming to Broomfield. I look forward to the next design. Thank you.
Thank you. We had a member of the public who couldn't get through before we went to council comment, so I'd like to go back to her. We'll go to Monica Gay online next. Are you still there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, you're on.
Okay, good. So my concern is that this type of buildings does not really fit into the neighborhood. You know, it's a nice green space, and we have a lot of children playing there, a lot of walkability, a lot of people with their dogs out there, and now we want to put kind of warehouse types of buildings there. And that concerns me, and it also the proximity to the homes that are right there on Destination Drive to the buildings is very, very close. There's hardly any buffer. You showed a picture of the buildings that you built in Littleton in proximity to the neighborhood, which was much, much wider than it is here. This is a very small area to build such a large warehouse type of situation into our neighborhood. And I agree with the commissioner earlier. This is more of a walkability. It's going to the neighborhood bar, going to the neighborhood restaurant, going to the liquor store, going to this and that. This just does not fit. And then if you live here and you see the planes that fly over that area, they're very, very low. So if anything happens, it will crash right into one of those buildings. We have a training school there, airplane training school, whatever. So you have pilots that might be inexperienced. They might veer off their flight pattern and boom, and then just crash right into these buildings. So we're saying that we cannot have large gatherings here, but you're willing to sacrifice people that work in those buildings. So I'm just totally against this. I don't want this in my neighborhood. I'm afraid of the light pollution. I'm afraid of the noise. I'm afraid of what it looks like. It just does not fit in there. Anyway, so that's my take on it, and I hope I speak for a lot of residents here in the neighborhood.
Thank you. I would like to turn it over to our city and county manager, Jennifer Hoffman, to clarify something. And Jonathan?
Jeff Romaine, our city and county economic vitality, who listens to every single one of these council meetings and every single development, wanted me to clarify that this parcel is not in the Arista district. The mills are actually 91.7, so it's 81 mills lower than Arista, which is 172. So just for clarification.
Thank you for that. Next, we'll go to Councilmember Lindstack.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. My first question is going to be for staff. Within this airport critical zone, what other types of uses would be permitted? My first reaction was that actually the same as Commissioner Karias's about the development, but you know that airport zone changes a lot of things. So I just wanted to a better description of what we could be missing out on if we move forward with this.
Councilmember, I think actually the applicant had a nice slide up that went through the critical zone as well as the runway area. The residential is a use that the airport would not support in this area at all. They've been very clear as we've had other potential developers come forward for properties that are in critical zones, that they would not support that at all. And then again, I think it was hospitals, libraries, and other areas of that there could be potentially larger gatherings were specifically prohibited. So this is a compatible use and again, a low profile use as well.
Understood. I guess what I'm struggling with, and maybe it's partially framed based on our last concept, which was an absolutely masterful transition from higher end residential over to a much more industrial use. And I guess I don't quite feel that with this development. I'm not opposed to it. I mean, you have such a limited number of things. But that building number 2, if there's some way you can downsize, split, I don't know, increase the buffer. That's what I'd be looking for if you guys come back. Is that corner? We gotta figure out something a little bit more amenable in that area that maybe fits the general character of the area slightly better. You guys are in a tough spot with this airport, so I hear you. I understand the need. I think I'm not necessarily opposed to this at all. I just think we need to be a little bit more thoughtful on that transition. My other question is with Destination Drive, I believe is the street there. What is the purpose? Do we need that connection on the whatever north northeast side. I was just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
We're uncertain about what the city requirement is gonna be there. So we added the connectivity. Our civil engineer, is here, Kimley Horn. I don't think we've gotten into the weeds with traffic, have we, as of yet, on destination?
So yes, Kim Horn, we have not gotten into the weeds on that, but certainly a dialogue we'd like to have with the city, because we frankly don't see much of a need to have destination connect, and we don't plan on using it for connectivity to the site. So it's something that we're interested in talking about, and we actually think it would benefit the neighborhood to have more of a buffer and to do more grading and planting in there, as opposed to having that street filter. So that's our current stance. Thank you.
Well, I would tend to agree, but I don't know the specifics well enough, but emergency access and all of the variety of things that go into those calculations. So, yeah, I mean, my feedback is building too, and just figuring out a better transition. Maybe there's some retail, maybe there's something you can do with some smaller tenants. That airport zone is going to be very difficult. So,
and some of this is gonna sort of be tied to the topography.
Right.
Because the way it's conceptually drawn, we did put the retention on either side, down on the neighborhood side. That's give or take, don't quote me exactly, that green buffer is give or take about 50 feet. And then there's a retaining wall that'll be there as well. We don't know yet the size and scope of that, but it's likely that the wall and the landscape setback would be the most visible part from the homes, because they're flat to destination. So I do, and it is office facing. So when you're on that side of the building, it appears to be office.
Understood. Well, I'd love to see some other renders and things if you move forward. That's my primary concern. I don't know what could be transit oriented in that flight sound. So you have a difficult job, and I appreciate that. But yeah, my comments would be on Destination Drive and building number 2 and how we can make that transition more smooth. So that's all I have. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Next is Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you. Thank you for coming to Broomfield. I appreciate you all being here. I think it's interesting that we're talking about the airport runway zone, and we just had Boeing airplane parts fall on our on our soccer fields. So plane parts can fall from anywhere. So, but I understand the sensitivity to this area, I understand the concern, and so it's just a tough area. I also understand that we can't have a lot of people there. At first I thought, yeah, grocery sounds good, because I know everyone in that Arista area has a tough time. All the time they say, hey, we cannot access groceries. And so I think that's difficult for them. I will say that I have had family members that have owned businesses and they have CNC machines. And so we could have somebody, a tenant in this situation where they run their CNC machines and actually has a high productivity and low amount of employees in there. So it actually might not have as many people as what people think that there might be. So I do like the idea that you have office facing towards the residents. And a good buffer zone. I don't know if we can make it anyway a bit dog friendly. It sounds like people like to walk their dogs to that area, and I want to be sensitive to that. I do want to note and just sort of flesh out just a little bit more about the notice that went out, and just any residents' concerns about it. Can we tell people how the notices went out and like how that works, and are they owners, are they renters, who has the addresses, and what is the distance? A lot of people don't understand the distance from the area. And then any other concerns too, someone had mentioned, I believe it was in the comments of people emailing our planning department and just asking, this could be anything, this could be a storage unit, And a lot of people in this area are done with storage units. So I'm just curious as to if you can address any of those concerns that the residents brought forward in addition to what was already spoken to tonight.
I can start with the notice. We did pretty much the exact same notice for the neighborhood meeting and the meeting this evening. The city provides a mailing list. It's 1,000 foot buffer. It does include every unit number within the apartment building. So it has, an apartment building has, 250 units. There's 250 mailings with an individual unit number that go to that apartment building. Unfortunately, what the post office does with that, we can't control. But both of the neighborhood meeting and this meeting tonight had that 1,000 foot notice for Broomfield residents and also Jefferson County residents to the south. And then both of the meetings also had free sign postings on the site.
Thank you.
And then Jeff, do you want to talk a little about uses regarding storage?
Usage, and then anything else? Did you guys, I don't know if you guys read all the comments and what the residents wrote back.
The buildings are not equipped for storage, as in mini storage type. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah, a lot of people are kind of questioning, this could be anything.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I mean, just even the dimensions and the storefront and the size, is just the overall design is not conducive. These are meant to be an employment center. This is meant to be companies, much like what's already populating in Broomfield. This wouldn't be a storage site.
Okay. And are there any other concerns that you guys saw? Maybe I should have listed them myself. That you guys noticed or remember?
I mean, sitting through our neighborhood meeting last week, we heard pretty consistent concerns about Destination Drive and what would happen with traffic on that, landscaping. So we're going to continue to look at Destination Drive with staff, look at the screening, how we can do that. Part of it will be working through the detailed grading of the site and what the topography does, and those vertical changes, how they could help with screening as well. And then we're also looking at just building heights, if there's anything we can do to reduce those a little, just to get the building heights a little bit more closer to the heights that exist for the residential uses today.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. And yes, I would like to see it continue and look, really good. I mean, I know what the word panache. I do think that that's also important as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
Yes, I would have shared the residents' exact perspective on, there was one resident who wrote, "This is not what I envisioned for these empty parcels." And I would have shared that same perspective until, I read that only the northern part is transit-oriented development. So, that kind of gave me pause right away. Then on top of the concern with the Rocky Mountain Airport corridor, it puts a different spin on things. Could you talk further? You mentioned briefly, there was a note by staff in the memo that there was no buffering on the east side of Building 5 and that it would need a trail loop around it. You briefly said something at the beginning that you would address that. Could you say anything more about how you might address that?
Yeah, I just looking at it here, I can understand the comment. Oftentimes we look at these 1,000 times and we've always missed something. Here I can see and understand why that would be requested, and we'll get to work and improve it.
Okay, thank you. There was a resident who wrote with concerns about the wildlife in the area. I guess that's a concern anytime that land that's previously unused becomes used for some other purpose. So I guess that's where I would go to, where if we have the open space buffer that Councilmember Schaaf was pointing to in the discussion with being natural because of that airport restriction corridor, we will have a wider corridor there for wildlife. But I would certainly like to see just your development not ask for that variance also, if in the southern end, to provide a little more of a buffer there. So I think those are my comments that are in addition to anyone else's. Thank you.
Any other council member comments? Seeing none, well, I think it looks pretty tight considering, the location. You have to deal with this location and it doesn't, provide a lot of other options. So, other than what you kind of heard summarized, I think you should definitely move it forward.
Well, thank you. And, we wouldn't be here if this was a site that was suitable for residential or any of these other uses. So thank you very much for your feedback. Appreciate it.
Thank you for your application. Our third and final concept review item this evening is a proposal for 128 multifamily townhomes within the Ridge. We will follow the city's standard procedures for concept plan reviews as previously outlined. Council members have a copy of the agenda memorandum for this proposal, which I will ask our staff to summarize.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And again, our principal planner, Judy, is going to walk us through this item. Judy.
Thank you. Judy Hemmer, representing Planning Division. The concept plan is a proposal to build 128 townhomes that will be offered through either 1, 2, or 3 bedrooms within the Ridge at Broomfield Planned Unit Development neighborhood. Next slide, please. The 11.73 acre parcel is located south of State Highway 128 at the southeast corner of Ridge Parkway and George Parkway. As you can see with this aerial image, there are apartments to the west and north with an office park that is immediately to the east. Immediately to the south of the site is an undeveloped property with the community gardens at the northeast corner. The Broomfield jail is outside of the PUD at the southeasternmost corner of the image. Applicant Remington Homes has submitted a concept plan for the unit townhome complex around the area that's highlighted here. Next slide, please. The 2016 comprehensive plan designation is mixed-use commercial, which is consistent with the land use map designation. Primary uses include commercial, employment, and multifamily or single-family attached residential uses. Next slide, please. As shown on this conceptual drawing, the proposed townhomes are oriented around the perimeter facing the street and in a block by pattern internally. There are 2 product types proposed for the for sale development: tandem row style house and back-to-back units that share side and rear walls. Parking is provided through on-lot spaces and attached garages that are accessed in the back of each townhome. The drawing on the left shows the parking lot spaces at the eastern portion of the site adjacent to the parking lot with the commercial buildings to the east. There is a community gathering green space at the western center of the site. Affordable housing will be provided through 10% of units at 80% area median income. And the proposal for affordable housing entails only 1-bedroom units. Manicured landscaping is around the perimeter and internal to the site. Sidewalks provide pedestrian access around and through the property and to the park that is to the north and slightly east of the subject site. Access will be accomplished from State Highway 128 via Ridge Parkway and then George Parkway to the north. Next slide, please. In May 2021, the applicant met with the Housing Advisory Committee and they provided their comments to the applicant. As I indicated earlier, the applicant intends to provide 10%, which equates to approximately at this point 14 units of the 128 units to be deed restricted for 30 years. These units would be 1-bedroom townhomes. The Housing Advisory Committee indicated support of the proposal, but they did also state that they would prefer a different mix of bedroom units to be offered at the affordable rates. The renderings shown on this slide are the preliminary representation of the proposed architecture, and those are the 2 examples of what the different type of townhomes would be, in the tandem and then the shared wall. Next slide, please. In compliance with the noticing requirements, signs were posted on the property. Notices were mailed to property owners within 1,000 feet of the site, and this included tenants in the apartment buildings, individual renters. Notice was published in the local newspaper, posted on Nextdoor, and the project is identified on the active development map of the city's website. The applicant will be required to host a neighborhood meeting prior to any official development review application submittal, so that still is pending. Next slide, please. Staff identified the following 5 key issues with the proposal. It's near the Rocky Mountain Metropolitan Airport, and they reviewed this concept plan and indicated that the proposed residential use is in with 1 mile of the airport. While it is outside of the airport critical zones, the subject site lies underneath the aeronautical traffic pattern. The airport recommends that this property not be used for residential due to projected airport traffic growth in this area. Should this development proceed, the developer will need to provide disclosures to potential buyers. Additionally, the developer should consider constructing the townhomes with sound attenuation materials, such as windows, siding, etc., to achieve the 25 decibels sound reduction to the noise to inside of the buildings. Number 2, the open area is proposed at 38% versus the required 40% of the residential development. This equates to approximately 2.1 acres, leaving approximately 0.11 acres remaining that we're missing for the open area. An amendment to the permit for this open area reduction would be required. Number 3, per the PUD, a maximum of 75% of developable land may be used for single use, either residential, office, or commercial. When the single-use buildings are proposed, an amendment to the PUD to permit this 100% single use would be required. Number 4, the concept plan does not include a dog park. Although the applicant has indicated that there are other dog parks nearby, and providing this is not required, it is encouraged. Without this amenity, there may be unintended issues, conflicts with regards to dog waste removal and impacts to the neighborhood landscaping. Number 5, this site is immediately to the west for commercial development with 2 office buildings and a parking lot. A robust landscape buffer would help to offset visual and noise impacts related to the parking lot to the east. This should include a variety of trees and shrubs, both evergreen and deciduous. Thank you, council members. This concludes my presentation. The applicant is also here tonight to provide their review.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jablon. The applicant's presentation is next. Will the applicant's representative please identify themselves for our listeners before beginning your presentation?
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, council members. My name is Alan Cunningham with PCS Group, 200 Calumet Street, Denver, 80223. It's very nice to be here to see you in person as opposed to a little teeny square at the top of the screen. On behalf of the applicant Remington Homes, I'm pleased to give you an overview. I think Judy just did a great job, so I'll try and be brief since we're getting later into the evening. People from Remington Homes as well as the landowner are here to help answer any questions after I'm done. Next slide, please. There's supposed to be a couple more bubbles on the right side of that talking about Remington Homes. And those indicated that they're a company that's been around for a little over 30 years and been building homes collectively between them for about 50 years. And they're an Arvada-based builder that works generally in the Western metro area. If we go to the next slide. Those are the bubbles that were supposed to be in the last one. So there we go. If we skip to this one, this would be a list of different projects that Remington has done. I think a couple of the big takeaways on this one are they're a leading builder that's done both single family attached and detached homes. They've built over 3,000 homes throughout the metro area in Colorado and developed over 6,000 lots since their inception. They have collectively about 100 years of experience in doing such, and currently are about 35 different employees. As you can see on that map, they've built projects from Littleton North to Superior, including Broomfield over time. Next slide, please. Just wanted to give you a couple examples. Remington's currently building in Superior, in downtown Superior, so maybe a project that some of you are familiar with. This image included to show you some townhomes of what would be a similar scale and an intimate gathering space that's included within the townhomes that are in Superior. If we can go to the next slide. These are actually single-family detached homes, which this current proposal is not including on the site at the Ridge at Broomfield. But we wanted to include them just to show you some of the quality of construction that Remington does, as well as some of the things that can be done to add architectural interest in a more dense environment. Next slide, please. We can go quick through these next two because I think Judy did a great job of showing the project context there. You can see the site sort of central to the Ridge at Broomfield, south of West 120th, and you can pick up the airport just on the right side of the slide. So if we skip ahead, this one is obviously more of a bird's eye. The yellow area generally depicts the area of this site. So it gives a little bit of context. You can see the office building located to the east of the site with their parking between us. To the north and west, the two different apartment complexes that exist. On the upper right portion, you can see the neighborhood park that's about 6 acres and just kitty corner from the site, so very close proximity to this one. Next slide, please. So within the PUD for the Ridge, there was an amendment done in 2014 that added more residential units to it. At the end of the day, with what's been developed out there to date, there's still an allowance for another 240 multifamily or attached units within the Ridge. And with our proposal, we're obviously, as you mentioned, proposing to bring in 128 units. So still well below the maximum allowable units within this PUD. As was mentioned, bringing in the attached within this parcel will take us above the 75% threshold for a single use being residential within the PUD. So if we get positive feedback from you and bring an application forward, we would tie our full development application with a PUD amendment to adjust that number to be determined as to what it works out to. I think my rough math said it'd be 84% instead of 75, but that would be part of the application that would come forward to you. Next slide, please. Just a quick one, this one, just from our concept plan, I'm sure you see them all the time, but shows that we're right now 37-38% of the site in open area. So the PUD calls for 40%. So we're just below that. As we continue to refine the site, if we can get to that number, great. If we can't, then that would also be a text amendment to that PUD that would come forward as part of the full development application. Next slide, please. So with our site plan, I'll just touch a little further on a lot of the stuff Judy pointed out. You can see there's two different product types on here. The color variation identifies them somewhat. The ones that are sort of more orange in color around the perimeter are what we are calling the tandem townhomes, which are, I'll call it a more traditional townhome, maybe more what you would be used to seeing with alley loaded garages in the back. And those are around the perimeter to address the streetscape of Ridge Parkway and George Parkway to the north. And then interior to the site are the back-to-back townhomes that function more like a front-loaded product that take access from the private drives. Excuse me. You can see in the chart at the bottom the unit breakdown, just to give you an idea. There are 1, 2, and 3 bedroom products included across both product lines, and basically at a third right now in this plan. And square footage is ranging from approximately 900 square feet on the lower side with the 1 bedrooms up to about 1,700 square foot on some of the bigger ones. Next slide, please. Remington has met with the HAC, as Judy talked about. When we had that meeting, they are committed to working to provide 10% of the affordable units at 80% AMI. The ultimate configuration of those still yet to be determined. We'll continue to work with the HAC. As was pointed out, our initial suggestion to them was that it made the most sense to us to bring in some of the 1 bedroom units to achieve that. As was mentioned, the HAC said they'd like to see a little bit more of a mix in there. So we'll continue to work with the HAC moving forward. But one of the big takeaways for us was the HAC did indicate that their primary goal was to get some of these units actually built. I guess a lot of developers like to go the cash and lieu route, and Remington's committed to work with them to bring built product to achieve this goal for the city. So next slide, please. In doing so, we realize, as we mentioned, that they like to see another mix. So we will continue to speak with them. I think there's, and this isn't really for tonight so much, but just we can talk to them about things such as building permit fees and plant review fees and anything that we can work with them together to achieve a mix that works for both the city and the developer. Next slide. On these more dense townhome projects, excuse me, parking always comes up. So just wanted to put a slide on to show you the upper slide is sort of a breakdown of how the parking is working between these units. They all do have garages. The smallest units in the back-to-backs have single car garages. All the rest have double car garages. And then the lower chart breaks down the requirements for parking. So as you can see, the units here would require 256 spaces, and this plan's providing 267. So there's a little bit of a surplus. The majority of the parking spaces for the homes are in garages, as mentioned. And then there's guest spaces. They're, as you can see, mostly on the east side of the site, some on the west, and distributed north to south to try and make sure that they're accessible and usable for the residents within the neighborhood. And then we've also got you can see the amenity space that's sort of centrally located with a path that bisects the site to improve pedestrian connectivity throughout the community and to those parking spaces. Next slide, please. Just a compilation of a couple images here of, and I'll get to the architecture in just a second. It's still a work in progress with the architects, but wanted to show just that is a central amenity. It looks like that one got cut off a little bit, but you saw it on the last slide with that central spine. So we wanted to connect the amenity space over to the trail that's on the east side of the property. And then within this space, given our proximity to the approximately 6-acre neighborhood park just to the northeast of us that has playground equipment and big field spaces, we, at this point, we're viewing this more as a social space, a gathering space. It may include things like fire pit, grill stations, seating spaces, maybe some outdoor games like cornhole and ping pong, things like that, just to be more of a social gathering space where residents can come get together and sort of hang out. So next slide, please. And this is a view from the corner of Ridge Parkway and where George Parkway goes in on sort of the northwest portion of the property of how we see the architecture developing. As I said, it is still a work in progress with the architects, but wanted to give you a flavor of where it's headed and where we think it could be. We think it does provide. These are the tandem townhomes out on the street. So removes the garages. They're in the back in the alley, so it gets front doors and that architecture towards the streets for a good exterior appearance for the city. Next slide. Judy had these up just to show you the two. This one's the tandem townhome, the garage is in the back in the alley. So they function somewhat as tuck under garages with 3 stories above. We're working with Woodley Architects on these. You can see that the units do have some outdoor patio spaces. These ones, as drawn here, propose one on a lower unit and then up high as well, which could have some really great views of the mountains and just give some outdoor usable space with these units. Next slide. So this one's the back-to-back townhomes. You can see that the doors accessing the units are on the same side as the garage, so it functions sort of more as a front-loaded unit. And these would be the ones that are interior to the site. But the architects have still been working on articulation within the elevation. You can see from some of the shadow lines where the steps are on the building, as well as a mix of materials to make sure they're bringing interest to these elevations. Next slide. Is there one more? The last one that I thought we had on there was, it was just that the rendering of the corner. So we can even go back to and just show you that one. But the last thing I want to touch on was Judy had pointed out staff had brought up 5 issues as I saw them related to the site. Try and pull them off the top of my head here, but the 2 we talked about being the 75% single use and we're at 38%, not 40% open space. We'll still be working on refinements to the plan. If those things hold true, then we would look to bring PUD amendment forward with an SDP application moving forward. The airport comments, we understand them. We're proximate to an airport, and we'll certainly work to put the proper disclosures and things included on the SDP and disclosures to buyers, just in case they don't know that the site's near an airport. And Remington will commit to working on those construction techniques for sound attenuation, so we're not really concerned about those ones. The dog park, we do feel that given our almost direct adjacency to a 6-acre park, and then the fact that about 2 miles north, there's a dog park in Superior, and about 2 miles south, there's the Westminster Hills really large dog park that we think we're pretty well covered in this area, but certainly we could install some pet stations on our trail connectivity within the property for people walking to the park to ensure that pet waste is picked up. And then lastly was the buffer to the east against the commercial building. We've actually, our original submittal that I don't think made it to you guys in any form was, I think it was 140 units, a little bit of a different configuration. And staff had pointed out the concern about a buffer on the east side as well as trail connectivity. And so we've already revised the plan. This is one that had some impact, lost some units, but it currently is envisioning a 10-foot landscape buffer beside an 8-foot trail connection that runs north-south through the site. So we feel like that one we're well on our way to addressing as well. So with that, I will wrap it up. Like I said, there's people from Remington and the seller here, so hopefully between us we can answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Are there any members of the Land Use Review Commission present who would like to comment on this proposal?
Hi, again, I'm Jake. So I think my only concern about this, the proposed development, it's, significantly dense. When you're looking, if you go through the brief, it talks about connections to RTD districts and its connections to transportation, but that's about a mile and a half away. And it's a significantly dense development in a neighborhood that's essentially transit isolated. So if you look at Census Bureau statistics, about 85% of people who live in this neighborhood are likely to be driving alone to work, wherever that work may be. We already know that significant traffic concerns. Part of the concern is kind of essentially, we might assume that maybe the people who live in the neighborhood are working at maybe one of those 3 facilities within the area. But actually, when you take a look at who walk to work, it's only about 2 to 3% of the total population of the neighborhood. So really, this is, could add to the traffic concerns. Granted, I think State Highway 128 could absorb some more of the traffic along that section, having been across there many times. But I think, if we're concerned about traffic in the city of Broomfield overall, we're concerned about traffic across Interlochen, I think it'd actually be really interesting to see a concept such as this being proposed closer to the Interlochen Technology District, where we do see, we had one concept review, I think, or one planning and zoning or land use review meeting, I don't remember now, I was on both, come through for apartments and housing in Interlochen, where there are, those connections to the workforce, where we can be bolstering the kind of RTD districts that we see and, gaining back the bus routes that we lost during the pandemic and stuff. So I think it's kind of interesting. I kind of wonder, I see the density of the section, but we do have to recognize that is what adds to traffic concerns throughout, our region, is when we build, highly dense structures in a neighborhood where there is no access to alternative forms of transportation and accessibility. So kind of a slight concern. Beyond that, I think the architecture, maybe some of them, a few more vertically inclined designs would be preferable to the kind of puzzle box design style, but that's a totally different debate. So thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Karais. Any other comment? Okay, we'll go to the public now. Hi, Ms. Jewel.
My name is Roxy Jewel from Lockmore. As all of you know, I do a lot of gardening, and that garden that is directly to the south of where their complex wants to go is not open space, and it isn't owned by Broomfield. So that's one of the big conflicts that's in that area, is everybody uses that area as an open space. So their dogs go to the bathroom there, nobody cleans nothing up, and they leave everything in our garden. and they steal our food from our garden, which I guess if they need it that badly, I guess that's okay. The other thing is that area up there is on top of a hill and it is very hot and dry. So to give up any of that 40% of open space, we need more trees. The median that's going down through there right now, we're losing the trees as it is already. So that needs to really be looked at. I would appreciate it that you keep as much green in that area as possible to try to cool off the top of that hill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comments? If anybody's on the phone and wants to comment, press *3 to be placed in the queue. I'm not seeing anyone waiting. So would the applicant like to address any of the comments one final time?
Good evening, I'm Kurt Heinlein. I work with Remington Homes. We're at 5740 Old Wadsworth Boulevard. And I guess I just, in response to a couple of these points that both Jake and Ms. Jewell brought up, I think we all have concerns about affordable housing and availability for not only for our customers, but for the community. And so when we talk a little bit about the density issue, I think you guys all understand that we go in that balance between affordability, density, and making a nice community. So Remington's dedicated to build a good product and build a product that the community can be proud of. We'll be sensitive to the adjacent neighbor with the garden things there, and also to incorporating trees and landscaping like we do in all the projects to make it look good. So I guess the biggest point to me is that we need to have that little bit of extra density so we can do also this exchange to have some affordable housing as part of the project. So hopefully that makes sense. We're open for any other questions.
Thank you. Well, now we'll go to council member comment. Council member Lindstedt.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. No, I don't have any major concerns with this. I think we really need townhomes. We're in a crisis for entry-level housing, and townhomes are very, very important. So I'm happy to see it. I guess my one comment would be, you're overparked, and I would prefer you have more units, or you have a dog park or whatever instead of more parking. I mean, I personally, not speaking for anyone else up here, I think our parking requirements can be a little high, and I think I don't like to see things overparked, especially when you're talking townhomes. So thank you for building them or coming forward with the proposal to build them, and I'm just excited to see this type of housing coming forward in a development, because you guys really are hitting a need. So that's my only comment. I'm sure others will ask about the airport and everything else, but my big concern was the overparking. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Councilmember Shah.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem, and thank you to the applicant for bringing forward this project. It's a rarity to see this residential product type being brought forward to Broomfield. So thank you for considering Broomfield with this product and project. The single-use threshold that was brought up is one of the concerns by staff. It got me thinking that we would want every for sale townhome constructed in Broomfield that we could get. This would seem to be an amendment that I'd be in favor of. But I just wanted to check with staff. Is there anything I'm missing with this single-use threshold? Perhaps it's just something that's required, but is there anything else on this?
You're right. It's just something that's required per the PUD plan. It states that you need to have that mix of uses and no more than 75% of a single use in a particular planning area. There still is that resident or that lot to the south that is developable. Sorry, it's getting late. I've been up since 4:30. But so they could still theoretically do some mix of uses on that.
All right, well, it seems like that'd be an amendment that I'd be in support of, and I hope my council colleagues would too. I think that, that was probably put in there for certain reasons, but this is one of those, I think that we can forego. So I'm glad to see that. The proximity to the airport, and, you know, perhaps not so much in proximity to the airport, but more importantly, it sits below that. It is, as the staff memo showed, that dark black ring. And a lot of that black ring is from the touch and goes of the flight schools that are basically just circling the airport. So a lot of those are lower flying planes. A lot of those is constant traffic. And so, you know, this area having the amount of residential units that are already there are definitely being impacted. Residents that are going to be, you know, living within these townhomes are going to be impacted by that constant noise from those airplanes. So I think that, you know, the ship has sailed, you know, with in terms of the residential area, this area, which we could turn back the clock and change that decision. But I think that the residential units are already there, so proper disclosures being included with those townhomes. And I think that, you know, one thing that we were talking about in general, airport and disclosures. But you know, a disclosure from the very get-go of that process, of that buying of the townhomes process, so that you aren't surprised that there is a great impact from that noise from the airports and from those airplanes at the, you know, at the time of closure, but it happens early on in the process, and being very forthcoming with those potential buyers that there is a noise there. And I think that would go into the second piece, which is to ensure that the construction materials used do bring down that noise level within those units. And you know, anything you could do to mitigate that in those open lands, whether it's architecture, whether it's you know, kind of angling of the buildings so that the open lands are also not being affected, especially that little landscaped amenity that you have there in the central part of the development. If there's some way that all the noise isn't being bounced inside that little area, you know, perhaps that could be done. So, you know, pointing out that, you know, the efforts have been made to mitigate those sounds from the noise, as well as from the disclosures, I think would be huge, and I'd like to see those when this does come back. I do have concerns with the slight decrease of the open area requirements. You know, looking at the inclusionary housing ordinance, we do provide some incentives for you know, including especially affordable units, not just cash in lieu. And I'm curious, would or could a slight reduction in open area be considered as an incentive for more affordable housing for this project?
Yes, that would be something that the council could consider.
Okay. I know that the applicant is looking at that, you know, in terms of those percentages, and it may come, you know, exactly right at that 40% or, you know, around there. But, you know, I just wanted to put that out there as that's a possibility. Is this, you know, this is a product in which getting for sale units and in this townhome, you know, being deed restricted could be huge. So I just wanted to put that out there. The buffers to these townhomes or nearby developments would be good. It sounds like the applicant again is working on this, and so I'll look forward to seeing what that comes back. The dog park, it sounds like this is an amenity that could be that is needed in this area, and so, you know, perhaps including the dog park use within that landscaped amenity area, or, you know, in proximity to this. So again, I look forward to see what you come back. But thank you for bringing this product forward, and I look forward to the application. Thanks. That's all I have, Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you. Councilmember Groom.
Thank you. Really, I was kind of discouraged when I first looked at this proposal, because it seemed like there just wasn't enough green space and parks. But after your presentation, I was kind of impressed where you guys do have your mindset on making community spaces. And I don't think that necessarily has to mean it's got to be a green space. So I really do appreciate you guys' awareness of making and designing spaces for community gathering, for people gathering spaces. And I would say, because I do, and I'm sure there's a lot of us up here. We do have a lot of comments about pickleball. So if you're looking for something to put in those spaces, pickleball is very up and coming. And some people say it's been here for a while and it's not up and coming. So I do always put that out there when developers of these types of projects at least give presentations where they say they're looking for ideas for those types of spaces. And then, of course, in my opinion, and what I would be looking for is, again, for sale townhomes is amazing. I would be willing, if you guys come back, to accommodate the 75%. And look at that and have that open discussion and what that really means. And then on the affordable housing, on the 10%, the deed restriction, did you say how many years? I might not have picked that up. 30, okay, thank you. And then the 38% of the open area, my question to staff in regards to the open area, now that I'm kind of reformulating what open space means for community gatherings versus our 40%, does that mean that it does need to be dirt of some sort to be put in that calculation?
According to the Brimfield Municipal Code, it can be a combination of pedestrian plazas, sidewalks, landscaping. It doesn't have to be green landscape.
Okay, so they would, that some of the areas that they were presenting and showing us some pictures of could be incorporated.
I believe they did count those.
Those are already in the 38%.
Right, with the sidewalks and the landscaping, yeah, they're shaking their head, they did
Okay.
count that towards that.
All right, perfect, thank you.
Sure.
So I would, I guess I usually always hold pretty strong to that 40%. But again, bringing a product like this to Broomfield, I'm really excited about. It's something that we need, and I want to make sure that we're giving a message that it would be very attractive for even other developers to come in with this product. So I would consider it also. Thank you very much for coming to Broomfield.
Thank you. Next, Councilmember Henkel.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem Castriata. Sorry, I'm really short and these microphones don't always come back to me. Thank you for being here tonight, and I love this presentation. I am right on par with Councilmember Winstead in that we are in a high need, like yesteryear, of townhomes that are affordable for Broomfield. So I love the fact that we're getting doors for affordability, and that's going to be really key, especially for Broomfield families. Broomfield families have a hard time finding space. We have a lot of one-bedroom apartments for people who are single, but when it comes to families, they're having a difficult time. So I really appreciate that. I wanted to address, if we could put up the slide where it just shows like the aerial view and the parking. And I just wanted to just dive into a little bit of the parking. I would like to see a little less parking if we can, and more green space. The other one, maybe just sort of shows the aerial view of it. Another one, it's a rendering. Anyway, I'll start talking, but on the right side, it looked like there was a lot of parking spaces. There you go. And I'm just curious as to, okay, so on the far left, we have a bunch of garages, is that correct? So that's where they will be parking. And then is there parking in front of all those units on that left side? I'm just curious, because I see a ton of parking on the right. And I'm just curious if people who are going to park on the far right would have to walk all the way across. I'm just curious as to what the mobility looks like on the site.
Yeah, at this point, I believe they would. And the distribution of the parking is somewhat based on just the dimensionality of the buildings, and it's an oddly shaped site, and so there's only so many ways we looked at getting more of them over there, but with the curb and everything else, you start to get limited. It was one of the reasons why, I mean, we wanted a centrally located gathering space anyway, and and placing it such that it bisects the site and providing that trail connectivity to the east. We felt like that was the best solution to be able to distribute that parking to those other uses. But all of those units on the outside, kind of the more orangey color, do have 2-car garages. So
Okay, so the ones in the middle, they all have 1-car garages?
only the smallest one that you can sort of see in the middle, that's the skinniest unit between the 2 lines, those ones have 1-car garages, all the rest have 2.
They do.
Yeah.
Okay. So it sounds like if you have a party, people will just be kind of walking through,
Right.
which the party might be in the center of the whole place, right?
It'd be easy to
So-
get there on the trail.
Yeah, well, and I would like to see something for dogs, because we are just seeing, I mean, we've been through COVID. How many COVID pets did people get, right? So I think people are really, in tune with having pets. So I would really like to see that happen. I really like the architecture, actually. I like it that it's not always flat. I like, the 3-dimensional space that it's providing. So I appreciate you all being here, and we definitely needed you a long time ago, but I'm glad you're here today.
Thank you. Councilmember Lim.
I appreciated the availability of the for sale townhomes as a needed product in the area. I did want to mention something that I don't think we've addressed to large extent so far, is that the affordable housing units that you're proposing are only 1 bedroom. I'm not, on the housing committee, but my understanding has been that the greatest need would be, first of all, for single parent families for affordable housing in a townhome. So, a 1-bedroom townhome does not start to meet that need. So I appreciate the fact that the housing committee expressed their preference, if possible, that the affordable housing units not be all 1 bedroom. So I'm not sure that others emphasize that quite as much, and I appreciated that concern of the housing committee. I did note in the memo that you we're going to have each garage with EV-ready charging stations. So that is good news for sustainability.
Just to clarify, I didn't put wire to accept those stations, not necessarily.
Right, and I may have misquoted what the memo said. It might have said, that they would you would have it wired for use. So that's a good start. We'll take that. And then there was also a note that you would be continuing to discuss sustainability elements in the design. So we appreciate that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Anderson.
Thank you. And just following up on Councilmember Lim's comments about the charging stations, I think it's, as an EV driver, if we can just have 220 in the garage, it makes it really easy to plug that station in, not just the way. Is that kind of where you're going with, like that, the 220? Yes. Okay, that's appreciated. And I have a question for staff regarding, I'm gonna share Councilmember Schaaf's concern as I'm looking at that map and the number of flights coming over. What does the informed consent look like typically? Is there like a standard form?
Councilmember Anderson, Brookfield does not have a standard form, but the airport has some standard disclosures that they've provided to developers in the past. And if this project proceeds, we're happy to provide an airport standard disclosure and an example of one that the developer can formulate specific for this project.
Okay, thank you. And I want to make sure that we're giving that that informed consent is very accurate, because we do hear a lot of concerns from residents with noise, and I appreciate that you're going to do some architectural things to address the noise. That would be helpful. And I also want to echo Councilmember Lindstedt's concern about the dogs and extra, like, kind of conveys that parking into some place where these dogs can do a little running or something, because we keep hearing that, we keep hearing dogs as a concern. It's just something close by where they can go real quick, but, and he knows better about the parking than I do down there, so I appreciate his comment there. And thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, and I agree. I think this is a great product that we definitely need. We're really grateful for the for sale units and the affordable range. It's something we just don't get enough, so I want to thank staff for that too. I'm noticing that the last 3 projects have really been in alignment with council's direction and vision, so we're getting in sync. It's awesome. The dog park, the buffer. I'm wondering, do we get a lot of complaints from the apartment complex next door with the airport noise? Does anybody know? Or have they all been kind of informed that, you know, the airport's here, this is what it's gonna be like, so it's more of an, you know, informed consent thing?
Councilmember, or Mayor Person, I'm not sure that we, I certainly it's not coming through your planning and concerns. We've heard more regarding, I think one of the residents that reached out was more concerned about parking. And I know that noise certainly is evident in the area from the airport, but I'm not sure that we've received very many complaints from this area.
Right, that's probably because they knew what they were moving into.
Mayor Pro Tem, if I may, just from the CACs, from the citizen advice, chief. It is late. I'm
Yes,
having a
it is.
sneezing attack back there, so forget, I sound like Elizabeth from the Waltons now. Some in the audience are too.
That's all.
What is that reference? We have, particularly in that surrounding area, we get more emails, as Councilmember Schaaf knows, from Louisville. And interestingly enough, the majority of them come from Anthem. So again, with the start and stops and what that flight pattern is, you would think that the sound would radiate from the moment that they take off until the moment that they end. But rather that they have these intersections of that throttling, that back and forth. So we haven't gotten from those 3 areas that are surrounding it. And Anna had just reminded me as well that this is the last residential spot. So you all will not be hearing about additional residences in that spot. We have one more commercial in that area, other than out to the west watermark, which we're doing a lot of the exploration from the Rocky Mountain, the Greenway Park, and the Rocky Flats, which also Councilmember Schaaf is very well versed. So 2 big hot items
coming our way. Well, thank you for bringing this one forward. We really appreciate the concept, and we hope to see you again soon. Thank you. Our final agenda item, and I guess we're going to stay out here. Okay, our final agenda item this evening is a review of Broomfield's 2020 Comprehensive Financial Report by Reuben Brown. Council has a copy of the agenda memorandum, and I'll ask staff to begin our discussion.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Brenda Ritchie, CFO, will introduce Reuben Brown and the representatives to walk through the audit. It's also a good, Mayor Pro Tem, just to kind of get council's gauge. We don't need an answer tonight, but for these study sessions, if you all would prefer to move back in the room, or if we prefer to stay out here on the dais and have them televised and recorded, which was the path that we were taking before we hit COVID. So just something to think about, but certainly staff is prepared to continue to stay out here on the dais and not move back in the meeting rooms or the study sessions. Because it seems like every study session we're having in the last 17 months have been really important and important for the public. But at your discretion. Brenda.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council and staff. So every year, Broomfield has financial statements that we prepare to give us an idea in accordance with our governmental accounting standards. And part of that is to have an independent audit that's dictated by our charter as well.
And so that's really to review those financial transactions, excuse me, to make sure we're in compliance and that they're meeting those standards. So in previous years, we've had Reuben Brown, our external independent auditor, come and here with us this evening is Matt Moreno, along with his colleague Kaylee Keenan. Yes, Kenan, here to provide that and give council really that opportunity to have that one-on-one conversation, independent with your direct questions with the auditor.
Thank you so much. I'm going to primarily spend most of the time with the viewpoints document that was attached to the agenda, but I'm willing to take questions both on the comprehensive annual financial report as well as the viewpoints document. So the viewpoints document, I'm not going to show it up there because it's attached, but I'm on page 5 of 30, and this is the objective and scope of services. So I just like to, as Brenda had mentioned, we did perform an audit of the City and County of Broomfield. We actually performed several different audits because the City and County of Broomfield receives and expends more than $750,000 of federal funds. You get a special audit called a single audit. And so we audit the financial statements of the City and County of Broomfield, but we also are auditing how is the City and County of Broomfield using the federal funds for the different programs that it runs. And this year, one of the more major programs, which I'll touch on a little bit later, was the coronavirus relief funds, approximately $6.5 million to the tune for this year. So it was a rather significant amount for this year. We also issue a report on internal control over financial reporting. We have to perform our audit in accordance with our professional standards. We have to inform you of any internal control related matters that we need to let you know about. There is limitations to our audit engagement. We don't look at every single transaction that Broomfield enters into, or else we would be here all year like staff is. Management has some responsibility in the process as well. They are charged with setting up the internal controls and making sure they're operating and giving us the information. Your staff prepares your financial statement document, which is over 200 pages at this point. We are there to audit it and tell them, make recommendations and suggestions to make sure it's in compliance with governmental accounting standards. But your staff puts it all together. So number one, they should be applauded for putting that together. It's a very well put together document, and that's no small feat, I know. And I would tell them thank you for getting it done on time. We're here in June talking about it, which is always nice, rather than September, where many entities might be this year because of the pandemic. I'm on page 6 of 30. So we started our audit process all the way back in October. So the audit process kind of, I'm sure to staff, feels like it never stops. We're here starting and stopping and kind of addressing it. Why is that? When we come back in October of every year and we start our audit process, we have to look at not only what do we know about the entity, but what might have changed that should change our audit process for this year. So for this 2020 audit, the biggest change was the pandemic. And so a lot of our procedures were modified or addressed to pandemic related expenditures. I'll touch on some recommendations that we noted as part of those changes in our procedures. There are certain base procedures we're going to do every year. We're going to confirm cash balances with your financial institutions. We're going to make sure your debt that's outstanding is correctly stated, all that sort of stuff. But we also have to take that into account and adjust it every year, because otherwise, what is the use to you as governance, as well as the users of the financial, whether it be bondholders, the federal government, or whatever. And so that's why it's important to adjust that. We did some interim work in October and November where we started some of our testing of the single audit expenditures. And that was a little interesting this year, because if you think back to the fall of 2020, Congress was very busy during 2020 issuing changing and guidance as far as the CARES Act. And they, quite frankly, were changing it all the way up to the end of 2020. And so that did cause some challenges, not only for us as auditors, but for staff to spend the money in accordance with the guidance, because the guidance was ever changing. And that can provide some learning opportunities and some creative thinking that you have to work through, because sometimes you have to say what is the intention versus what is the letter of the law. And that's one thing I'd like to point out. The final guidance on a lot of this was not issued till late 2020, even though the funds were sent out in spring. And so that made it very difficult to make some decisions. But I would say by and large, the City and County of Broomfield was very thoughtful and collaborative between all the different departments to try and work through that, even though the guidance was not always clear. They reached out to us as auditors throughout the year as well and asked our opinion based on what we were hearing as well. So that's important to point out as well. But I do want to stress that this year was very irregular, especially with relation to anything with the pandemic or the pandemic related expenditures. It was quite frankly unprecedented, and hopefully it's the only time in 100 years. We came back in April and May and kind of wrapped up our audit process, and we're here talking about the audit process. So I'm gonna go through the audit results. The next several slides are my official communications to you as auditor. We are required to communicate certain things to governance. So the city council is the governance structure for the city. And as an auditor, I'm required to tell you a handful of things. So on page 8 of 30, so the left hand of the slide is my requirement and the right hand of the slide is my comments to you. So we did issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the financial statements. I know unmodified sounds very unexciting, but that is auditor speak for clean opinion. We issued a report on internal control for financial reporting, and then we did also issue an unmodified or a clean opinion on the federal expenditures. So the program that we did test was the coronavirus relief funds. We did not note any unallowed expenditures. There were control structures in place to make sure the funds were being spent in accordance with the grant agreement, the federal guidance, and City and County of Broomfield's internal policies. And so that's important to point out as well. We performed our audit in accordance with our engagement letter that we sent out in December. Qualitative aspects of accounting practices. The accounting practices are spelled out in footnote 1 of the financial statements. And so that helps you understand how is revenue recognized, how are assets valued, and all that sort of stuff. There were no new accounting pronouncements that we needed to adopt this year that had impact to the City and County of Broomfield. We had no transactions that lacked authoritative guidance. Management judgments and accounting estimates. Inherent in every set of financial statements are some estimates and judgments that has to be made. So your management team puts together those estimates. The ones I point out to you is you're charging depreciation. So depreciation is how you charge through the use of a building or a piece of equipment through operations via an expense item. You know, a building might last 20 years, so you would run it through as a depreciation, and all the estimates look very reasonable. The other most significant estimate I point out to you relate to your pension liabilities. Why is that an estimate? The plans work with actuaries to estimate how much benefits would need to be paid out over time based on mortality tables, the benefits that should be provided under the plan, and they come up with an estimate based on the number of participants we have, how much would be paid out, and then depending on whether it's a cost sharing or a single employer plan, or your entity picks up your share of that liability. So you put that on your balance sheet. And it's an estimate. It's not meant to be a cash call today. I do want to point out that Broomfield has funded everything that it should have for the year with regard to its pension plans, but you do show some liabilities related to those pension plans. And so that's important to point out. Financial statement disclosures, there are several I want to point out. The fair value of your investments, which is in note 3, disclosure of your employer retirement plans, which there's several. There's a lot of information about what assumptions are made, what are the benefits that are provided under those plans, how many employees are in it, all that sort of stuff. What sort of commitments does Broomfield have? That's disclosed in note 14. Disclosure of development agreements in 16, and then subsequent events in note 19. As I alluded to earlier, it's been a busy year for federal funding in 2020, and 2021 is not disappointing so far as well. We have the American Rescue Plan, or ARPA, and Broomfield was notified that it has received a allocation of ARPA, and we'll be able to spend that in 2021 and going forward. And so that's disclosed in that subsequent event because it's something that comes in after 2020, but it's a financial substance that the reader should know that Broomfield has this federal funding that could be used for different initiatives based on what city council and staff deem appropriate. We had no difficulties performing the audit. Your team was prepared. We did perform the majority of it remotely. It is nice to be here in person. And it's nice to see your smiling faces. We really enjoy working with your team, and they're always great to work with, whether it be finance or the various other departments throughout the Broomfield. We work with virtually everybody, whether it be internal audit, payroll, whatever. And so it's very helpful to have a a client that likes to work with you and you like to work with them. We did have a handful of corrected adjustments that we suggested, but management has posted all those adjustments. And so that's important. And then there was just a handful of very minor uncorrected adjustments that were deemed immaterial by management. There are small dollar amounts that we did not need to post, and they're just tracked for purposes, because if there was enough of them, we would say, okay, there's too many, we probably need to pick up a couple of these, because you don't want to have too many misstatements that would add up to something that could change somebody's mind on the financial position of Broomfield. We had no disagreements with management. As part of the audit process, manager provided us with a representation letter. So the representation letter is just like it sounds. Management represents, they responded truthfully and provided us with the information we need to perform the audit. So that summarizes the required communications. The next section is going to be what I would call the management letter or the recommendation section. Any questions on the required communications part before I go to slide 13, 14, and 15?
Say none.
Perfect.
Continue.
Okay, management letter. You're going to see a couple different definitions here. You're going to see material weakness and significant deficiency. Kind of auditor speak for, just like it sounds. Material weakness. Is there a weakness in internal controls that would not prevent or detect a material mistake in the financial statements? Is there a significant deficiency? Is just like it sounds. Is there a deficiency, but it may not be material, and it's just something we need to let you know about. So we had no material weaknesses or significant deficiencies that we need to talk about. We did have a couple of advisory suggestions, and now I'm on slide 14 of 30. And those have to do with kind of pandemic-related operational impacts. The first impact has to do with, as a result of the pandemic, there was some modifications to the your PTO plan and how much can be left in bank and how that would be paid out. And there were some calculations that did happen in order to record that in the financial statements. Overall, it was materially correct, but we did notice some inconsistencies that we suggested that the management and staff take into consideration and adjust that to make it more accurate. Why is that important? When we sat back and did our risk assessment, we said, what changed about how Broomfield is doing operations? And we focused on those things. We knew the PTO plan was changed because of the pandemic. So we kind of dug a little deeper specifically, because when things are different or new, there's a higher risk that could have an error to it. And that's why we decided to look at it. I do want to point out it was materially correct, but there was some suggestions to make it better. And the second one has to do with grant funding. And I kind of alluded to it earlier. The guidance was all over the board throughout the year last year. And management did have to make some decisions, and the guidance wasn't always clear. And I do want to point out that the decisions that were made did not result in anything that resulted in unallowed expenditures, but it could have, and that's why I'm pointing it out. We can't always rely on the federal government or state agencies that are going to give us clear guidance. So we have to default to our knowledge of federal grant programs and how those generally would run. And in the absence of clear guidance, you could always take the conservative approach and apply rules that may not apply in order to safeguard the city and county of Broomfield from needing to pay back that money. I do want to point out, nothing needed to be paid back. The relationship between the people that received the payments and the city and county of Broomfield was deemed to be a beneficiary payment and not a subrecipient. The subrecipients, if you've sat through these before, carry a little more burden as far as monitoring and some considerations that need to happen. And we're just encouraging Broomfield to work through that. And since the audit, Broomfield had actually hired a grants person that's going to kind of head up that process. And I do want to point that out. That person will play a key role along with finance and internal audit and making sure that not only the programs that we've always had, but any new programs are worked through and the proper processes are put around that. And that's, we made the recommendation during field work, and it's already been partially addressed via this new position. So I do want to point that out. And then we have one more recommendation, and it has to do with transfers out of construction in progress. When there are significant construction projects, sometimes there's large punch lists or disagreements between the entity and the contractor that built it. And so sometimes that still might be open because we're trying to, fix a scratch on the wall, or HVAC system is not working how you want it to. But if the asset's being used for its intended purpose, it needs to be moved out of construction in progress and into its respective depreciable categories: buildings, land, equipment. And you could leave a little bit of holdback to handle that, those cleanup items, but if it's being used for its intended purpose, it should be transferred out. It did not result in a material misstatement of depreciation, but we did reclassify the assets from construction in progress, or we're not quite done category, to we're using it for its intended purpose categories, and staff did make that correction. And then we had a handful of recommendations from last year that I'm going to follow up on slide 16. So we made a recommendation with the change in the finance and accounting staff. You had a lot of changes the last 2 years in upper management of the city, county, of Broomfield. What I would say is corrective action was taken. The audit was done on time. It was done at highly accurate. And so people took on different roles and responsibilities within the finance team to make sure that all of the different processes were handled, not only from original preparation, but review, supervisory review, and making sure that when it gets to us as auditors, it's highly accurate. And that's important, not only for year-end reporting, but if you have good processes throughout the year, the information you receive throughout the year is likely highly accurate as well, and not only just your year-end financial report. And so that's important to point out as well. And then we had a finding last year related to a single audit program. It was an internal control or eligibility over one of your programs, and the control was placed into operation during the year. And so we did not repeat that finding for this year. So that's important to point out as well. So that's the management letter comments. Any questions, any additional context that anybody would like me to provide? I know it's very detailed. They told me I couldn't read the entire comprehensive annual plan.
Thank you for that. Any questions? Councilmember Groom?
Oh, thank you. I'm always extremely impressed with staff when we have such a significant budget and we hardly have any findings. So, and I know your company does an amazing job looking for those things. So my questions are probably really rudimentary, and you'll probably be teaching me something versus me asking an official question here. But going back to that construction in process statement that you made, what is the timeliness on that? Is that annual? So are you saying we can't carry it over? Or is that like a monthly GAAP accounting standard?
It would not need to be monthly. At a minimum, it would need to be annual, because for the most part, cities, counties, towns really operate in the fund level, and your capital assets don't show in the fund other than as an expenditure. So just for the financial reporting, for your full GASB reporting, that happens at least annually. Some entities like to do it multiple times a year just because the activity is so.
So we just have to be sure that when we're closing out our annual, what our construction in progress is, and if it's an asset and we're utilizing that, we then don't carry that over.
You don't leave
in
it
that account.
Yeah, you move it to basically in operation.
Yeah. And
kind of the trigger is,
operation.
have we obtained our certificate of occupancy? Did somebody say we can use it? And when we're looking for that, we look at what projects we're doing, and we know which ones were open because we kind of look at the website, we look at news releases. And just because it's not necessarily been accounted for that way, if people are using it, it help us understand maybe the accounting didn't follow. And that's why it's important to kind of look at that. And sometimes it just happens, and this specific instance had to do with very significant items that were being worked through with the contractor to try and make sure that those are rectified. It just happened to be very close to year end, and that's why.
Sure. Okay, thank you. And then while my brain was still back thinking about that one, I did kind of miss what you said on slide it's my slide 14, but it was more about the prior year. And it starts with, we noted several changes in management with finance and accounting functions of Broomfield. Can you just repeat that just real quick for me? I'm sorry. I missed
Yeah,
it.
so, Brenda was newer to her role the last several years, as well as you had several other upper management people within the finance department that have either left the entity or are doing other things within the entity. And so there's different policies and processes that happen with regard specifically to financial reporting that were moved around this year to make sure that not only the person that prepared it, but there's somebody that's there to review it to make sure it's accurate before it gets to us as auditors. It's just a function of a hot labor market in Denver. Keeping finance people is not the easiest thing to do, and just entities grow and change, and that's.
So you're saying you saw a gap for that
Prior
Broomfield
year.
transition? Yeah.
Correct.
prior year.
Yeah, prior year,
You
but
saw
this
a
year
little
it's better.
gap, and now it's better. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you. I didn't understand exactly what the intent of that was. That's all the questions I have. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Councilmember Staff?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. So at the maybe not request of our Reuben Brown, thank you to staff for your diligent work in your work on these financials, for your providing the required documents in a timely manner, especially given the circumstances of this last year. So kudos to all of you and thank you for your diligent work on that. It seems that, with the pandemic operational impacts with only 2 issues shown, and given the minor nature of those, it sounds like staff did tremendously well throughout this pandemic. I don't know if we can see how in relation to other municipalities, but it seems like on this, for what it is for this, we knocked it out of the park. So kudos again to all of you. The audit results, there was the ARPA funding is something that I guess I should back up a little bit. So we will be getting ARPA funding, and this is something that we will be spending. And you talked about the CARES Act relief, and that was something that staff reached out to you as we were going through that process. With that ARPA funding, is that something that you're going to be open to for staff to be communicating with that as we go through the spending of those dollars, or is that something at the end of 2021 you all are going to be looking at how we spent that ARPA funding?
No, we would most definitely be willing to recommend what we're hearing and help them look at the appropriate guidance. Quite frankly, I already have an email. I had one this morning from your grants person about ARPA. So it's already happening, and we're there to be a resource. Obviously, we can't make the final management decision, but we can tell them, here's what we've been told about the guidance, here's what you should consider, and here's some things to think about. And so we look at it as a highly collaborative. We're not there to gotcha. We're going to try and help you do the best you can, especially when it's all new to everyone. I mean, ARPA is literally a new program. It's a whole new CFDA number. There's elements of calculating lost revenue and recouping some of the funding that you might have lost in lost revenue via those ARPA funds. And so there's a little more flexibility in there was for CARES. CARES was very thinly defined to address the pandemic. ARPA is a little more broadly defined in a longer time period, so you can strategically work through that.
Well, thank you for that guidance in advance, and thank you for your partnership as we go through kind of this new world of and a significant amount of funding. I noted that this year, and I think that this was something that we had seen in at least the last few times that I've seen this audit report, is that the HHS was always something that was mentioned, and HHS wasn't mentioned in this. So kudos to the HHS team. That's huge to be able to move beyond some of those things that had caused us some trouble in the past. One of the things that we talked about when we I guess extended, well, not extended, but we offered a contract to Reuben Brown this last time, was there was a benefit to using that same auditor. Although yourself is the new I guess primary partner for Broomfield, One of the things that struck me was the transfers out of construction in progress. I don't believe that this is a new process that we're using. This is something that we've always used. So I was curious why it hasn't been noted by Ruben Brown in the past. Was this just something that came up, or?
I would say there's been times where there's smaller projects that maybe, this one was a very large project. And it was, that's why number one, it was during our risk assessment process, we talked about what's going on in Broomfield? What should we be thinking about in our process? And we said, well, there's some significant projects that happened during late 19 and 20. Let's see if those moved around the accounting system the way we think it should based on what was done. And so the projects that were happening, I would say, were a little larger in magnitude for this year than even the last couple of years. I think it's one of the more larger, substantial, actually facilities additions that happened during 20 than several prior years, if that makes sense.
No, that makes sense. That does make sense, especially given the sizable projects that we have had constructed. So I appreciate that background, and hopefully, that is something that we can rectify and put in place for future, so it's not an issue. One of the things that has been noteworthy is the security breaches in Colorado, especially amongst municipalities that are neighboring ours. I don't believe that these audits touch any of that security breach piece, especially as connected to our financials. But it did bring up for me, when will we be getting an update on those security measures in terms of that kind of an audit piece?
Thanks for that question, Councilmember Schaaf. So staff is working on that now. We've had 2 penetration tests with our system. And actually, Brenda and Bernie, Brenda, do you want to just bring us up to speed on what that looks like? I can also say, Councilmember Schaaf, that as staff prepares the package for council's review on expenditures for the CARES dollars that are coming in, we're truncating those. $20 million sounds like a huge amount of money, but it isn't. It's all relative. So part of shoring up, we're reviewing broadband, but we're also looking at cybersecurity, and that is an approved expenditure, and one that that's catastrophic. So there's a lot of other things that, again, separating wants and needs. Ms. Ritchie's been an exceptional partner, and I just feel compelled to say, so from a staff perspective, what Brenda and her team were able to do, short-staffed for the entire time that we were going through COVID, and having such a remarkably sound approach is something that is of great benefit now and in the future. Brenda, bring us up to speed on some of the conversations, cybersecurity and Bernie, and kind of the next steps that we're going to be taking before we bring the package back to council, what that time frame looks like.
Absolutely, thank you for that. So basically, our independent auditor, Bernie Block, has been working very closely. So within his internal audits, we've done some throughout the last couple of years. He's been looking at cybersecurity, and we recognize that that's obviously a potential risk. So in conjunction with our IT department, Kateria Abeda, our IT director, really focusing on what that phased approach looks like. So we've worked with, I believe, consultants to be able to get those rankings and phases of how we will approach those phases of that penetration test, basically looking at where our highest risks are, and then being able to implement a sound solution. So looking at the penetration test, establishing a plan, in order to move forward. So that's coming, and looking at the ARPA funding, one of those areas is cybersecurity. So being able to set aside funding and really recognize that we could use those dollars for those one-time uses to be able to immediately put structures in place and foundation to be able to address that and mitigate those potential risks is really what's coming in the next couple of weeks. Our hope is within 2 weeks to really identify from a high level what those buckets of the ARPA funding will be. So we've received our first truncation of that funding. We received it in 50%. So we've received, I believe, the city portion. We're awaiting the county portion. And then next year, at the same time, we'll receive the remainder of that 50%. So what we need to do is basically, after we've assigned those higher level buckets of identified projects of cybersecurity, where we need to address those funds, that's how we'll then parse out, disperse those funding and use it towards that, making sure it's in alignment with the guidance as that's still being tweaked. But basically, the plan is to focus those efforts there and then phase out, to really keep in line with Bernie's audits and how they align with what he's found and that priority as well as the consultant.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So Bernie's on the line right now. This whole virtual world is just so crazy. So we ask a question live time and our chat pops up with the answer.
Right?
Yes, so just to reiterate, so we'll have that back, Councilmember Schaaf, in 2 weeks. And again, our IT department has now sole focus on one full-time employee that is focused on security. Similar to Brenda and her crew being able to bring on board that grant administrator position. Both of them are really key, not necessarily to chase down the funds, but back to Reuben Brown's comments about after the fact is not where we need to live, whether it be cybersecurity or any one of these audits. So having the right processes and procedures and intentional setups is really where our shift has been, certainly during 2020 and beyond.
Well, I'm glad you noted that, it's where we need to be now as opposed to down the road when we got it and get the results of perhaps those deficiencies. And I think that, through 2020 and 2021, we've had an increased remote nature of work by our employees. And so there's many more vulnerabilities that are associated with that. So I appreciate that we're already looking at that, the potential for deficiencies within our cybersecurity. So I look forward to more conversation on that. Thank you. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Any other council member comments or questions? Well, thank you very much for that report, Mr. Marino and your team. Are you Ms. Simon?
No, I'm Kaylee.
This is
I was
Kaylee.
gonna say.
This Simon had to be out of town for a family matter, so Kaylee won the second honor of getting to join me at the.
Oh, it's really, I find things much more interesting in person, don't you? But I do want to thank the staff and everybody else for the update as well. And that concludes the agenda items for this evening's study session. There being no further business, the study session is adjourned.